inclination to be possessive. It's what are you trying to possess? Think I'm gonna be possessive over a person, place, or thing and lose my peace and my connection to that and my discernment? Absolutely not. Because supernaturally, we're meant to be a certain thing, it would seem. We got to get into alignment with that. That's God's will, so to speak. And yeah, it's not always pretty. And it's not always what culture and society shows you. Oftentimes, it's the exact opposite. Let's get it out on the table. I love the game. Right? If you love life and you love the game and completion, you love talking about your thoughts and feelings because we're going to get to something through this shit one way or the other. You don't want to do this process. You don't want to step out completely into faith. You don't want to be radically fucking authentic to the point you might chase everyone away. Well, you ain't going to get to reap the benefits and status or reward of real man. You're going to be Pinocchio, fashioned in the wood shop, attached with the strings, lying your whole life with your nose growing. The system thrives off of beta males not knowing themselves and being in their position, not leading but following, and getting to the women through the benefits and privileges and turning that house into chaos against God's law and God's alignment. Why do you think they hate me so much and come up against me so much? Because I'm trying to free a whole bunch of motherfuckers from themselves and a generational systemic problem where we rebuke creation, our supernatural beingness, for sophisticated, civilized society. But ultimately, there's an organization here within the seeming chaos. There's a bigger understanding that we can align with to move out of what we see here as so disempowering and beyond us. You know, there's a direct connection to internal and external space. They've proven that. So let's get really real with ourselves and each other. Let's reconcile the collective unconscious. Let's move into purpose and meaning and reconciliation. And let's co-create. They're gonna respect a motherfucker like me who does without for a while and sacrifices with discipline so they could build a future. Greetings, Danielle and Broken System, Broken Trust. Danielle, I've renamed him. He's Daddy's chosen rabbi. Because he strikes me as like the original people from Israel or Africa. Like the real Jews. The real Jews are black. We know that. Folks in Harlem taught us that. And they have lineage in Israel. So that's like what I make of him. So he's Daddy's chosen rabbi for now. I've conformed to the simulation, right? Because no one's above it. So I'm Daddy's bloody gavel because I'm head administrator here today. And also, in parentheses, supporter of beta males. I want to make that clear that I'm not here to be down on these beta males. I'm not here to hurt them. I'm really not here to upset them. If they get triggered by the process, I understand that is part of the process. But I'm ultimately a supporter of beta males. I want them to rise and grind, right? Like Mitchell. He's up early today, I'm sure. He's out and about. He's getting stuff done. What's going on, Mitchell? Mitchell, you're not, just doesn't have the right ring to it. Patty's little auditor. How about that? Does that work for you? Baker. You want to be a baker. What do you want to be, man? What's your status that you wish to have for the simulation? By the way, I'm going to start to get heavy real quick. I'm going to start to get heavy-handed with these fucking slaves down there, Mitchell, and I know you love that. Okay? Because a lot of them want to conform to U.S. code. Not U.S. code. If we conform to that, we wouldn't really have a problem. They want to conform to U.S. corporations, subsidiary, municipal, corporate statute, policy, and code, and pretty much everything else when it comes to slavery. And then they have the nerve to show up here at Unslavious Industries and try to buck the system. It's not going to happen, dude. Okay? And I know you know that, but you might have to let them know that. Okay? So if they're on Broken System, Broken Trust channel, I can't get to them. So you're safe there. You got a haven to act out, to not conform. Here, in this area, you're subject to my whims and dictates. Okay? This is not a demo crazy. This is a dictatorship. Let's be clear about that. Because there's been some confusion in the past. So immediately right now, I want all of my flying monkeys down there to police other slaves. I'm not calling you slaves. You are flying monkeys, and you are a service to something bigger and better than yourselves. That's a positive thing. The rest of them down there, they're a bunch of filthy slaves, okay? So I want you policing them letting them know if you have to start giving out status and titles. Say, hey, this title looks really good on you. Just pat them on the back, put the name tag on them, and wish them well. Because we got to up the trigger factor here, right? I told you I'm going to start referring to myself as daddy to piss off all the beta males here who are hating on me anyway. It worked perfectly. We're upping the game a little bit. So we're creating a whole bunch of iterations. You can do whatever you want with that, right? You can even do daddy's cheese sandwich, which is an insult to me, like they like to do. Right? Daddy's love handle, and then put some piece of fat on the end. Like whatever you need to do to get it done. You're going to conform to the fucking simulation. Daddy's small wee wee. If you can't stop fucking hating on me, you're still going to conform to the simulation while you hate on me. It's going to happen. Okay. You notice down there, daddy's favorite N-word. Rob Cleveland conformed immediately. And he also has moderator privileges. Okay. And daddy's second favorite N-word, that's M. Davis's new moniker. Okay. So they really hit a home run on that one. That was their choice. I didn't tell them to do that. And they're African Americans. They get to make that choice. Okay. So, and let's be honest, Donald Trump in that speech really wanted to say that. I would never say that. He wanted to say that when he was like, where's my favorite N-word? Where is he? Where is he? He's out there. Oh, there he is. Yeah, he knows what's up. He knows what's going on. Look at him, huh? Yeah. Shake his dreads. Okay. Yeah, I don't do the N-word thing. I'm not into that. That's Illumitardi. Illumitranny. That's the new moniker. That's Illumitranny's deal. I'm not really into the sexism, racism, getting down on people for their sexuality. It just really doesn't go anywhere, I found. But we will talk about the idea of the beta males, right? You can be woman, be an alpha. You be a homosexual, be an alpha. I mean, look at Jack Talcott when he went off on me the other day. You know, said I'm better than you. Threw me out. I don't know where I'm going with this. I just saw Broken System, Broken Trust go on mute. He doesn't know where I'm going with this either, but he's strapping in. You strapped in, boy, or what?
That's fine. I'm just seeing, can you guys hear me okay? Because my internet goes in and out.
Yeah, so I got to change your
case. I will. Yes.
What do you want your title to be? Daddy's what?
Well, you got to come up with something good, or maybe ask the chat to see what the chat would recommend. You know what I mean? BSBT is pretty easy. I mean, you could do broken scrotum bitch tits.
No, I don't want to insult you.
Beta cuck boy, sit in the corner. You could do. Let's see. Ask the.
Okay, you know what? No, this is perfect. I just figured out what needs to happen here. Your daddy's court-appointed auditor. and Mitchell is an advocate, right? Because we know that he's already his usual. There's no point changing his status now when he's been so good at the victim advocate role. Why take that from him? Why change his position? Put him off balance. So
Mitchell has checked me out before. Mitchell has checked me out. He's waiting to be one of the
little victim advocate.
So I like how you still act like you don't know who I am, though.
Fixing my internet.
I like how you still
I'm gonna try fixing my internet.
You know who he is, okay? Don't do that thing that they all do where they act like just because he lives in a truck, no one knows who he is. You know who he is. That's Mitchell, and he's the fucking resident advocate around here.
He's known me for years. He still acts like he doesn't know me.
You know what? I realized I really fucked up today. And I'm off the mark. Okay.
Mitchell, I act like you got mad at me for saying I wanted a Cop Watch tour bus with groupies.
No, I didn't get mad at you.
That was creepy. That was really creepy.
I got mad at you for not coming through with the agreement.
What was the agreement?
You promised me James Freeman and Joe Cool on a tour bus with a bunch of hoes. And that never happened.
That could still happen. I mean, the future is still bright.
Best I could do is Broken System, Broken Trust, auditing fat women at the post office. That's as close as we got.
I'll take it.
It's like it's the metaversal Pawn Stars. Best I could do is not even close to whatever you want.
Yeah.
Yeah, you dropped the ball on that one. So did I. I dropped the ball with clips. I got a bunch of clips. What's that now? Do you got clips? What's up with Slavin, man? What's with you and Slavin?
I was gonna tell you. You could always type into YouTube Irish Demon because it said a snobby Sovsit, or I forget the title of his video, but apparently I'm a Sovsit that's entitled or smug. I think he called me smug. So smug Sovsit. And I didn't know that asking if I had the right to a fair and meaningful hearing, I didn't know that was being smug. So if I apologize, if I have to come out right now and apologize to that judge, quote unquote judge, I will. I'll just say I'm sorry for being so smug in your courtroom. I should have known better. Next time, Mitchell will demand me show up with the tour bus with Freeman.
Yeah, I should have had something here. See, I didn't prepare properly because I was behind schedule. We got to do some on-air checks here, okay, real quick.
Hey, little bitch boy.
Yeah, I don't even know if that's gonna work. Could you understand that? Yeah, that's not gonna work.
I'm just still laughing off of Daddy's court-appointed auditor. That's such.
Hey, little bitch boy.
Hey, little bitch boy. Okay, let me just have my fun real quick and also check my new clips. I was working hard last night for this broadcast, and that's why they can understand why I give value. It's because of stuff like that, because I use Talcott better than he can.
So now, let's have a conversation, little bitch boy.
Right. I got to get better audio too. I don't know why it sounds like that. It sounds like he's in the closet. Well, he is in the closet, but I don't want it to sound like that. So now, let's have a conversation, little bitch boy. I'm kidding. I'm just doing that. But what were you saying? And forgive me if I just in between check some different clips out. I have a new stock.
Well, if you said we need to get this, get it more heated and stuff, the last time you reviewed that court date, I've replayed that about 3 times because, nothing is better than, when Paul gets passionate about something. And I don't know, there's something about the legal lawful thing. When you get going, you get going.
Yeah, there's something about the fact that it's a complete deception, like many other things people just completely take for granted and act upon while speaking foolishness as far as reasoning goes for why they're doing it. So, there was at one point a list of creatures who would come through here regularly and try to debate me in quotes. I'm not a debater, but again, the best debater is a non-debater. The best lawyer is a non-lawyer. Best physician is not a doctor. The best priest is not a priest. So you make of that what you will. But we've seen it. We've seen them come through here. Those that know, and that's why they don't come back. Because I caught a little bit of a reputation. Oh, he's crazy. He's got Dunning-Kruger. Yeah, because I'm going to fucking narrow down your ideology and belief system to a place where you're going to have to hold the bag of your foolishness, and nobody likes that process. It's an affront to their beingness. When you have to show them what they just spoke or what it is that they believe, what the root of that is subconsciously, and then make them hold that bag, no one likes that. And you're not supposed to like it, but that's where the fucking growth is done, right? That's where the work is done. So if you fail to do that process, you're only tricking yourself out of position. Like the clown who told me, oh, the Sovset thing's old. We started that back. And I don't give a fuck. I stop. My mind just stops right there because I know what it is. Oh, this is an egoic power play for you to justify why you won't continue a walk because you got bad results. It's an immediate recognition of the power play. All right? Don't tell me about what your old ass did in 1980 that you probably never did all the way because you're a lukewarm bitch today, and usually one comes before the other. If you're a bitch today in front of me right now, you were probably that for the rest of your life. So I have no reason to believe, and they'll say that's me being egoic. No, it's you being egoic, thinking you're going to characterize my experience and my results based on your lack of. And that's an issue we got here. We got a lot of folks who've been trained or mistrained. They've had a train run on them too, but they've been mistrained or misinformed or misled, and they want to project that onto me and say, if you don't conform with that, you must be the fool. I go, no, this only works one way. There's an individuated beingness here, and there's personal choice, and there's will to do the will. If you're using that will to do a man's will in this realm, I think you're a hoe. Simple as that. And the only reason I think that about anyone else is because I think it about me. So if you want to call it prideful and egoic, I hold myself to more of a higher standard when it comes to accountability, responsibility than anyone else in this realm, because I'm me. So that's the only reason I've done anything I've done. Not, like I said, for money, fame, attention, none of that. Wasn't even a thought in my mind. I wanted to pursue actualization and realization. That means going past your fears and doing what's true and what's right at all times, not lying to yourself or anyone else. Ironically, it seems to be the process of NAAA as well. You want to take somebody out of their mental illness or dis-ease or addiction, they're going to have to live in purpose and meaning. They're going to have to actualize and realize, or else they're subconsciously going to have no self-esteem, self-worth, or self-value. And it's going to take them down from the inside out. There's no way around this shit. And you fucking clowns on these panels aren't going to override or rewrite this understanding better than fucking Carl Jung or all the other folks that I've presented here, who are all talking the same understanding in a different way that we've all apprehended. You either get it or you don't. You don't even have to get it to see it and hear it and feel it and know there's something there and walk into it. Right? That's the crazy part about this. You almost got three classes of people. You have people who get it, people who see it, hear it, feel it, and want to get it and are walking into it, and people who are just blind, being led by the blind. You can't even access their spirit, it seems. So, yeah, we have to come seemingly to acceptance with that understanding as well, that there can't be a solution until there's recognition of a problem. Your thoughts, BSBT? Daddy's court-appointed auditor?
I think that speaks to it, yeah. I apologize. My hair is like horrible today. I've been working.
Oh, I don't want to hear about none of that bullshit, bro. You're a man. You ain't here to look pretty. This ain't a fashion show.
Yeah, but no, a lot of truth to what you just said. There's a certain walk. I'm on a certain walk. You know what I mean? It's, it's been tiring, but, one thing I did want to announce real quick. Sorry, this is off topic, but, am I back? Yeah, so if my
take the camera off. You're lagging a bit. Take the camera off because your hair is fucking grossing me out anyway. I know I tried to make you feel better about it, but you know what? The more that I looked at it, I go, he's right. He's not an on-camera guy. I'm fucking with you.
Yeah, I have
the reality
I have a face for radio.
Yeah, whatever. I'm not winning the beauty contest either, I'm sure. Nobody hears. So, yeah, I'm fucking with you. The reality is it lags out sometimes when you're on the video unless you got a strong wire connection. So we'll just keep it audio component only for now. But go ahead, continue, please. I like how these folks have made a whole bunch of videos about you. I searched your name yesterday. Yeah, you're lagging, bro. You got to get closer to the Starbucks or back in the house out of the backyard, whatever your connection source is. I need you closer to the router, it seems. We got about a 3 to 5 second delay. But yeah, this kid's got I guess you would call them haters because I've said before, Josh has a way about him where he can be probably perceived by some folks as a bit quirky or eccentric, among other things. But that doesn't seem to be the focus of what this is. Like if he just would go work at some marketing firm, nobody'd really have anything to say. It's purely because he wants to understand or embody God-given rights and freedom, and he wishes to go to court and wear t-shirts and question administrator Slavin and others about where exactly they think they get a right to rule over someone, especially when there's no claimant on the other side. Still, in either that or there's some big misunderstanding, source of confusion maybe. But yeah, it's interesting to see, right? How so many folks will come out of the woodwork and try to use people as content while also gaslighting them and shitting on them so that they can hate themselves and go away and stop doing what they're doing. Because what he and I and others are doing is a threat to their lie. Their lie is going to get exposed. Then they're going to look like a bunch of punk ass cowards who never done nothing and been nothing. Oh boy, they wouldn't like that. They don't want to get exposed as a bunch of fascist slave infidels. I get it. But it's going to happen, right? Just like they told me, Cat Williams sounds like he's been watching this broadcast before he goes and does interviews. No, there's one truth. There's one life. There's one way. There's one experience here that's available for everybody. He doesn't have to watch this broadcast to tap into the Holy Spirit and to see and hear and feel and communicate what is, right? That's the beauty of this situation? Why do you think Steve Martin and others have shown up here to a hole on YouTube? Folks who supposedly, by the worldly narrative, have it all, or have access to it all. Because again, there's at least a duality going on here, if not more. So when you can see, hear, and feel and communicate and understand, reach a space of understanding and acceptance of life on life's terms, you tend to call in different things that are meant for you that other folks in your position, in quotes, wouldn't understand how it happened. Right? Because there's an otherworldly component going on here. Right? It's a very shamanic idea, I guess you could say, to jive with the intro today. It's all the same concept over and over again, just talked about in different ways. Spiritual experience, I guess you would say. Watt Life, I expect more from you, man. You know, we got the simulation running. Everyone else is conforming. Hell, I even conform. This is the one time in your life here with me, with us, the family. This thing of ours, right? This is the only time in your life where you can conform and feel free to do so and let go. There's no judgment there, right? You're not a slave. You're not culted. You're not mind and heart controlled. You just want to practice with the rest of us the simulation. Or you just don't want to like interfere with the chat box, which is kind of mine. Okay, I'm just going to say it like that. It's kind of YouTube, but it's also kind of mine right now. I'm using it. I'm upkeeping, I'm maintaining it. I'm a trustee of YouTube's chat box. And I don't like how it looks when there's not a whole bunch of iterations of Daddy's Flying Monkey, Daddy's Delivery Boy. You understand, right? It's just what I'm into here right now. So I would appreciate if you and others would please do what's proper when it comes to practicing conscious and awareness, simulation online. This is the internet, you know, kind of up in the trigonometry as well. We're forcing other folks to try to garner a sense of humor, if possible, sense of self and sense of humor. And also, like I said, I just really right now, you understand that right now, I don't need my chat box clogged up with these just random names that don't really look right. It's just Watt Life. It just doesn't really look right down there. So help me out. Help me help you. Hashtag we own truth. Hashtag trust us. Your thoughts? Oh, Mitchell's gone. Okay. Just when I wanted to go to the advocate, he's not there. This is like everyone in my life. Just when I need him the most, they're not there. Just like in Joe Biden's life. Just when he needs to shake hands with someone the most, he turns and does it with an American flag. No one's there. Danielle, what are your thoughts about this? Help me out here. Get me out of this hole that Watt Life and others have dug for me down there. They just won't conform, these people. They'll conform to all the slavery and the beast system and the matrix and genocide. But when Daddy, right, your humble broadcaster who's put in so much time and effort and service to you, asks for you to just please observe the wishes, they can't get it done. It's a bit disheartening, no? Daniel, you seem a bit upset back there.
Oh, I'm at peace. I'm at peace today.
Okay, so you're at peace.
Yeah.
Okay, well, nothing ever really bothers you, right? I'm also at peace, but I'm also kind of not because I'm online. You know, it's kind of like Jack Talcottian. Right? I'm a very peaceful man off here. When I come on here, I can't be peaceful. Peaceful's boring. So I'm almost forced to get annoyed at everything I see, and it's rather easy for me. I'm easily triggered. I'm triggered by folks who are not involved in the triggering process. They don't understand how valuable triggering is. It's where the work is done. Okay, so do you understand what it looks like when folks come in here, even new folks, and they see a whole chat box full of Daddy's Little Monster Monkey, Daddy's Magic Monkey, right? Daddy's Flying Monkey. You see what's going on there? And then you got Tarek. Right? But Tarek will run all over, saying how great I am, how amazing I am, while paying Slow State and others who hate me and try to undo me and want to use me. You know, it's amazing. I can't rely on anyone, really. You know, there's very few folks is what it is. I'm not going to see this is there I go, getting sensitive, just casting out. Look at all the other people there who are supporting me, who love me, love this place. Right? And then there's the rest of them. Well, I have few folks in this life that I can count on and rely on. Daddy's Little Monster Monkey, obviously I can. Tech TI, no, I can't. I can't count on him. I can't rely on him. Rocco, nope. Can't rely on him. Magic Monkey, yes, I can rely on him. He supports me. He loves me. Gorilla Daddy Squadron Leader Aviation Division. He can be relied on. He supports me. Daddy's GPT as well. See? So there are some. Kelly N, no. You can't be trusted, can't be relied on, and refuses to support me in this broadcast. It's a shame. Okay, I'm not gonna beat a dead horse. We're gonna move on. You guys got anything before we go to the break and slave? Oh yeah, I gotta check a few more clips. Go ahead, take over. Broken system, broken trust.
I think I fixed my internet issue. It's I didn't have to move closer to the router. I actually just had to turn the Wi-Fi off because it turns out my 5G phone gets better internet than the Wi-Fi that I'm at. But I will not turn the camera on so I don't have to scare the fine folks, especially the daddy lovers down there. The daddies.
My piece has become broken. I'm sorry. I'm all a mess today. I'm sorry.
What was that?
I don't know, but I love the word broken. You know what I mean? Broken is just a beautiful word. When I hear it now, it makes me happy to hear that word. But I appreciate that. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, speaking of things you can count on, that's what I wanted to go to. I'm going to dedicate maybe Wednesday as a designated, maybe weekly restream broadcast.
So I can count on you then for that. I can rely on you.
We're going to give it a shot. I have to take a day off work and take a stand and say we're not working that day, which has been really hard. I said I wasn't going to do anything today, even stream or anything like, not that this is work for me, but I was going to lay down and take a nap, and then you played that Jungian shit, and then I got all fired up,
Right.
Once I learned how to restream, I have no problem restreaming.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna have to pay for more StreamYard fucking access because I'm packed with clips back here. Man, we might have to do another Tal Fest. Cover this one, an event, non-event, right? Yeah, I'm back here fucking deliberating on what do I delete. I have the perfect setup back here. It's like every piece is like my child, and I just can't let go of anything. Yeah, no, everything the Masonic picture of me with the checkerboard, I can't let go of that. Somebody put a lot of time and effort.
Save that stuff?
It's saved somewhere, but it's just, when you do this over years, you start to collect things and then you don't know where it's located. Even if it's there, you might have reset and, then it's in the email and it's a whole process to get it back, right? That's the thing. Folks don't understand what I have back here. It's backstage area. It's perfectly formed and curated for broadcasting gold.
Okay.
I don't even know if it can be duplicated or replicated at this point.
Well, as your daddy's chosen rabbi, how about you send the Holy Chronicles to me and I'll categorize them for you.
You're going to turn them into the court, aren't you? As evidence?
No, I have no need to go to court. I'm being forced to go to court.
I want to believe you. But Slow State told me the same thing. And it seems he's been trying to get me indicted ever since. All right. 1 second. Take over, broken system, broken trust again. Man, this is really pathetic.
I'm dealing with an issue right now. I apologize.
Girlfriend?
No, I guess I have to find a new place to stay because I'm not paying enough for the place that I'm staying.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, have you ever been to Spokane?
No, never been to Spokane, but
Yeah, there's a house out there that's not being paid for, and if you chip in on it, I figure if I get you and a few other people over there, we may be able to save the house and the retard who's in it.
Oh, hey, I don't know where I'll be, but that's the issue I'm dealing with. So, I don't know. I wish I could take over, but I have to figure out what's going on.
All right, whatever. You're going to really make me work for it today. Okay. Let's get to the breaking news clips.
My apologies.
What's up with this guy? I thought this guy was cool. Uncle Rick, that's our guy, right? And shout out to my actual Uncle Rick out there if he's watching. I got to call him at some point. He's having some challenges, we'll say. Yeah. What's up with Rick down there? What's up with Mitch? Mitch has 18 alternate accounts, but can't get with the. Could you just do the daddy's polycentric uniball inverse or something? Could we just get with the program? Yeah, I'm gonna have to start timing people out. That's what it's gonna. They're gonna make me do it. I didn't want to do it. I kind of like these people, even the ones who hate on me and constantly cycle with me. I've developed an affinity for them in a way. Warmed up to them. See, this is something I need to learn about me is I try to wall up. I try to keep a distance. I try to practice detachment, but just like the pug dog in this house, even though it is grotesque and odd looking, shits and pisses on everything, somehow I've been endeared to it. Right? It just happened over time.
See, this is what you should be doing, Paul. Taking your time, learning how to become peaceful, and cutting out the bad from your life like I'm doing with these leaves.
Yeah, okay, whatever. I'm going to start blocking people in the chat. There's the first one. Mitchell, you got to go. Who else? Please stop clogging up my chat box with bizarre names that doesn't really fit. You know, you got to use good sense and decorum in these situations. Read the room, people. It's obvious something's going on down there. You just want to get in here and do whatever you want to do. Yeah, it's not going to happen. Kelly, you got to go too. Okay. Sorry about it. I love you, but I don't give a fuck if you get angry at me back. This is my simulation. It's polycentric uniball inverse. My platform, my broadcast, my way, my life. Me, my, everything. Can we get back to me, people? Danielle, whatever the fuck you were just saying about
now,
me.
let's have a conversation, little bitch boy.
Right. Not you,
I was
Danielle.
trying to encourage you to continue cutting out the bad like you're doing.
Oh, keep throwing these people out then. Get them together.
Yes.
All right. So you're supporting me. See, I'm so defensive and on the edge. I'm so lacking in peace. Like I'm so not like you that I just thought you were attacking me. I'm seeing everything as an attack. Evidence of my traumatic state of beingness. I got to rein that in lately. Very on edge. Let's see here. How am I going to give this up? I got to give this up to get the clip or this. I can't give this up. Everything I got back here. I could give up Eddie Murphy. I can get that back easy, but can I really? Or should I even let it go? Everyone loves the Doolittle surprise face. Decisions, Danielle. All right, maybe we get to breaking slave news. I'll make my decision. What else do we got here? Oh, yeah. Do you want to see Cat Williams basically saying that all the other comedians he's working with are sucking Puffy's dick and getting fucked in the ass? Yeah. And that pretty much it's the demonic hellhole, and they all basically use the algorithm to keep certain people down or shadow ban and promote other people who are doing certain things or just not doing other things. Do you want that? I think we took a poll. You know what? Let's go to the poll. While it isn't a democracy, every once in a while, I will allow peasants and land workers and merchants of Unslavia and underlords to, cast a vote, just kind of check in with me. I check in with them. What are they kind of thinking and feeling? And then I decide how much I even care about that, how much I even want to go with the will of the people versus the will of a demigod of all media like myself. I want to hear Cat Williams calling out Hollywood. He got a 60% there. So that's a little bit too close to like right down the middle for me. It's almost a 50-50. I do have it up there. Okay, we'll go to a quick version. Quick version. Quick story. Tell a quick story here. Hollywood. If you like it, we can always come back to it. Because the reason this came to mind again is because folks have been bringing this to my awareness. They go, Cat Williams is sounding a lot like Paul Enslaved. I think he's watching this broadcast. Go to that. Let's see what he's got to say. Cat Williams on why Chris Tucker can't do another Friday. I haven't heard this yet, but I did hear other parts of this conversation. And yeah, he's apparently got a lot to tell about.
The Chris Tucker that we got now is Epstein Island Chris Tucker, not Smokey. Oh Lord. Whew. If I didn't know no better, I'd tell you he's the greatest. I don't care what you say. To be confident and not delusional is a real skill. Most of these confident people we see is really delusional.
Well, you don't think they asked Chris Tucker to come back in the second Friday? Smokey was all in Smokey. There ain't no Friday without Smokey.
We all agree to that, and there's no next Friday without Friday, and there's no Friday after next without
Nah, we talk about the road because you said that they don't.
Here's the thing.
Okay.
Here's the thing. Chris was allowed to make the decision. At the time that this is happening, Cat Williams is known for smoking weed. Willie Nelson is known for smoking weed.
Right.
Snoop's known for smoking weed, but none of us is really known except Willie. And I'm saying Chris Tucker didn't want to be the poster child for smoking weed. He don't smoke weed like that.
Right.
He in the church. He Michael Jackson's best friend. Christmas. Michael Jackson called him Christmas. You ever met a man that gave you a little nickname like that?
No.
Me neither. Must be the greatest.
Man, I ain't gonna be able to get nobody back. I ain't gonna be able to get no more comedians.
They all coming.
No, they ain't.
Are you kidding?
Nah.
Hey, I
good
promise
thing
All
I
right,
only
you.
got
hey,
all
I'm
the
not
rest
going
of
to
them.
catch shit for that. All right, this is an on-camera broadcast simulation for comedic purposes. So I don't give necessarily men little nicknames in my life, but here on the broadcast we do that. So I'm not going to get shit for that. What the fuck was he saying? Oh yeah, he was talking about Puffy, P. Diddy trying to take everybody shopping, right? he said, and then they had the Game up there who, another rapper douche, said he was running around with P. Diddy for 2 years, but never made an album together, never did none. They were just hanging out and partying. And he was taking him shopping, right? He said it. The Game said that P. Diddy was taking him shopping for clothes and shit. So I don't know. I don't really know what that is. But yeah, Cat Williams also said that P. Diddy was trying to take him out shopping. And he said, I don't really feel comfortable with another man taking me out shopping. Which, whatever. I guess depends on certain things, if you're not going to be egoic and prideful, right? Puffy wants to take you shopping. What's up? As long as he's not expecting anything to come with that. Unless you're into that, of course. I don't know. They might copyright me for that shit too. So I played a few moments of it. We'll see if I get hit with copyright. If not, maybe we'll play more of it tomorrow or whatever. Are the folks into that? They can revote now if they want to see. If you want to see more, just say yes, because he goes down the list of all these famous comedians and pretty much talks about them, being at parties and what he saw and why he's never really, been given certain specials, even though he's had all these achievements in a sense or recognition. Yeah, I don't know. Penal Power's into that, I'm sure, because it's like conspiracy related. Hollywood's run by XYZ and they're doing XYZ, and people who are good and true can't get nowhere. And it's like, yeah, we seem to know that for a while that there's something going on. I mean, they pretty much remade their Hollywood system on this metaverse, these platforms where they just use their algorithm to keep certain people up and certain people wherever they're at. Right. So some people will experience way more success when it comes to numbers and advertising awareness, right? Like if you go to my shit and you try to advertise any of my stuff, Google will scan it and come back and say, doesn't fit our ad policies. So then they go, you don't get access to the front of the page. You don't get access to being in other people's ads, right? Even if you want to pay for it, they'll restrict 3/4 of it. So like if like at times if I want to promote and I'll throw 100 pieces of whatever on a fucking ad situation to promote, 3/4 of my shit they're not going to accept. They're only going to accept the most generalized presentment of myself. And even that, this is the greatest thing. They've done this thing with me where they've scanned the video and they go, it's good to go. And then once it starts running, they double back and go, this doesn't fit our ad policies, and strike it. And they don't give you access to be promoted, to have the frontline billing when it comes to the homepage, and a whole bunch of other shit. It's done purposely. If you speak a certain way, if you look a certain way, especially if you talk about certain things, and if people are listening, right? They don't really care if you talk. If people are listening and doing something different and your name's starting to make the rounds and go higher and higher in quotes when it comes to social circles, they're going to start to put it on you. You know, so we already know they do that on here, and therefore we pretty much know they do it at Hollywood because the game don't change, right? They just add on to it and remix it. Feel free, Danielle, if you got any thoughts, just chime in here, pipe up.
My bad. But yeah,
Oh,
there's,
man,
a
you're
lot
not
of
wrong.
that stuff. There's a lot of that stuff in today's world now that's getting ready to be exposed and sadly accepted.
Yeah, well, it seems to be, in a sense, a new day, if you will, at the risk of using their global governance lingo. Because I'm sure that these people, whoever they are, presuming there's a they, you don't want to sound too delusional and paranoid, right? Conspiratorial, your theories. It would seem to me that there is a change happening, probably always been happening, probably loops, and it's happening. Light age, dark age. And they seem to know that there's a certain timeline, give or take, where these cycles kind of, we don't really get pushed as much as pulled, it seems, toward these ideas or these ways of beingness. It just seems to be a product of time and space and the experience of history, as far as I perceive, right? I'm just as kind of subjective, I guess, like anything I would say would be, you argue. But it seems that, you know, you can't stop an idea whose time has come, and that is within us or within the ether, and it just starts to come about and root and, you know, sprout and flower. And it seems that we're at one of those points, right, where they can't suppress, oppress, repress, depress, or murder fast enough or far enough to stop the rising tide, which raises all ships. So, yeah, it's as much a personal choice as it is seemingly a product of the time and space aspect of where we're at this point in the simulation, it would seem. It's almost the universe's way of balancing the books. Because you have XYZ going on with certain folks building it and creating it, you're going to have a rebound effect of conscious and awareness becoming higher and higher, right? Rising in a sense. More and more conscious and aware, more and more response able to offset the mere duality, it would seem to me. So that's why it just seems that you're going to start to see more and more of outing of certain folks and certain behaviors, right? More and more need to reconcile and do resolution in private. And if you won't do that, then there's going to be a judgment in a sense within the public realm. So yeah, I mean, it's not that all of us don't make mistakes in life or do wrong. It's the failure to do resolution and reconciliation in the private, right? Because a lot of these folks go, I got money, I got power, I don't have to listen to you, I don't have to work with you, I don't have to understand you or myself in order to continue this walk. And then at some point, the universe throws a curveball at you and reminds you that you ain't God. And that's exactly what I think every self needs at certain points throughout this journey. You got a bear Jew now. What's going on, Rick? Come on, man. Oh, here he goes. He's
There
muted.
you go. My phone's broken, bro. Every time I go into editing, it just keeps on flicking back and forth. It's not allowing me to
So
change
you're
the
going to do the whole you can't change the name thing, and you're going to make me take pity on you?
No, I'm going to give it a work and I'll figure it out. How's that? All right.
All right. No,
I'll
all right. All right. All right. All right. No, all right. All right. All right. See, this will give you the Italian guilt. See? They give you the Brooklyn guilt, right? Hey, how about you go fuck yourself and I leave and never come back? Okay, you don't have to change the name. I love you. Just leave it alone. You got to go to work. Your life has already got enough problems. You got enough fucking problems and probably solutions too. So you got enough on your plate. I don't want to overburden you. The phone is broken. You can't edit the name. You get a pass, okay? But if
Much
everyone
love.
else thinks that they're going to now say they got a broken phone to avoid this simulation, it's not happening, people.
I'm Uncle Rick. I'm Uncle Rick.
Yeah, see, this is why he does this. He knows because we love him,
Yeah.
you know, that he gets special fucking privileges. You know?
Someone has
He's now
to
admitting to it. He's admitting to it indirectly. It's not about a broken phone. I'm fucking special, okay? I'm a New Yorker. I'm from Brooklyn.
One fucking day we'll get together, we'll have some dinner, and we'll shoot the shit. It'll be great.
All right. I'm
All right.
open to it.
All right. I love you. I'll talk to you later.
All right, Rick. We'll
Be
see you
well.
later.
Love
You
you
as
bye.
well. All right. Let's move forward. We did the Cat Williams situation. I don't know if people are into it or not. Feel free to revote, recast your vote. If yes means you were into it and want more, obviously, not so obviously for some folks. No means you aren't into it. You're done with it. You don't care what he has to say about other comedians in Hollywood and what they're up to in their slavery. Mitchell is back. Okay. But he's not. Okay. We'll
Oh,
fix
my
the
buddy Josh left, man. Fuck.
Daddy's victim advocate. There we go. That looks better.
But I heard my buddy Josh, the helper of helpers, needs help.
With what?
I guess he's in a housing crisis.
Oh, and I gotta thank Leslie too. Auntie Leslie, as she's known now.
You gonna help your
for-
buddy Josh out? He's about to be
Whoa.
homeless.
Okay, so now, okay, I see. I'm running a charity here now. So while you down me, this is amazing. I love this. While you shit on me and down me for doing thousands of hours of broadcasting and receiving value, you will now expect me to use that same power and position that you shit on and down on to be used to do a charity to take care of his life and responsibilities. That's a fascinating spin and twist you just did. This is why I love having you here, because it's never a dull moment, right? It's amazing how they'll use any aspect of what they've experienced in any way to get to some idea, some point, non-point, right? So yeah, sure. You know what? Right now, what do I owe Joshua and others? Just come on up, file in. No. You're right. I don't deserve anything in this life. I haven't put in any work. I'm really have little to no value or worth anyway. How much of what I have should I give to Joshua so he can be okay? And whoever else wants to come on up and line up, I'm completely in service to you now. Go ahead.
He's clearly sacrificing himself for your broadcast, and
Is that what's happening? That's
and all of
really
this
weird.
Suddenly, just came up. He just suddenly got hit with this news. All of a sudden, that he's
You can't be serious. This can't be. You're doing a bit. I don't even know. I feel like you're doing a bit right now. He's like Lewis the other day on Jax. This has to go ahead. Please tell me this is the bit. If it's not, it's almost better. It's almost better if it's not. You're really going to say something completely delusional right now and try to pass it off as serious. So he sacrificed himself for my broadcast. Go on.
now he's in crisis. We got
Now he's in crisis. Right. So I'm pretty much another reason. Like, I'm constantly the reason why everybody's losing something or failing or doing without. It's me. I did it. Like Slave Cot, if it wasn't for me destroying his reputation and credibility online, he wouldn't be losing his house. So indirectly, I'm at fault for that. All right. Well, Josh, you heard it. I owe you now a livelihood. I owe you housing. Again, I set up a whole SPLS for this. Folks who are adopting a Habitat for Slavery organization. I set all that up, but that wasn't good enough. I have to actually personally now, like a good daddy would, I have to provide you direct housing. Okay. I'll do whatever I need to do to be on Mitchell's good side and snap who snaps. Right? I'll put myself back in the tent or out in the street with nothing if I have to, so they can feel like I did what I was supposed to for others. Your thoughts, Daniel, on me now buying Joshua a tiny house?
Can I get two as well? One for me.
Okay, see, there you go. There's the second offer already. That's good. We have our second offer for me to buy a tiny house for them to live in. And that's how you know you're really doing service. So, yeah, I'll go ahead and I'll make those arrangements. Anyone else, if they need to, just come on up, put the word in with me, and I'll have a house delivered. I mean, why the hell not, you know? We're already living off this old woman over here, right? I mean, so least I could do is just buy a few other houses for some other people and kind of pay it forward, give back a little bit. And seeing as how she can't get rid of me. Any other thoughts, Mitchell, before we move on? We got breaking slave news and cops shooting citizen slave.
Well, yeah, you got to take care of your people, man.
Right. So I meet folks on the internet. They pretty much attach themselves to me or bond with me because of a way that I'm living or speaking. And because they're bonded to me because of the way I'm living or speaking, I owe them a livelihood and a living, and I have to take care of them. So you really do want me to be everyone's actual daddy. Like beyond the bit non-bit that kind of calls upon the idea of being or embodying a cosmic fatherly space of consciousness. You want me to go all the way and bring it down to the world, down to earth, and just actually start buying houses for everyone and taking care of them. How long till you just directly go at it and say, Daddy, when are you going to buy me a house? Because I feel like that's what we're getting to at some point. You made it about Josh, but really you want me to hold you, tuck you in at night, tell you it's going to be okay, and provide you a house.
I think that is the essence of the point I'm trying to make, but it's not accurately presented.
So instead of you getting to the real good content, instead of trying to fillet me with some bizarre narrative, instead of you get to the good content where the real value is asking him or others what led them to not be able to upkeep their responsibilities and obligations. No, let's forget about all that where they could like learn to fish. Let Paulie give them a fish, right? Don't let Paulie teach them to fish for themselves. Let Paulie give all of his loaves and fishes till he has nothing left for himself. That's a great logic. Tell me more about that. It's basically Antichristo 101, right? Which is what you're known for. So go ahead, continue.
Yeah. Hard to argue that.
Like Slave Cod, I should just buy him out of his house, right? I should get everyone together here, use their hard-earned value or resources where they put their time, energy, attention in to receive the blessings and alignment for whatever they were meant to do. We should take all that and use it for someone who hadn't done that process yet. That's good logic, right? Instead of all getting around and doing fellowship and trying to teach him how to be responsible and capable and competent for himself and his life and live within his means. No, we should do without so he can continue to do without. That makes sense. And the ridiculous part about it is Slave Cot has so many opportunities, like many folks on here, but they're so low self-worth and self-esteem and low value, and no one will be real with them consistently everywhere. They can't even see all of what they have to offer this creation and other people. It's pathetic. And when I speak it to them, they go, yeah, whatever. Let's talk more about how we don't like what you're doing. I go, I just tried to speak life into you and nurture your spirit and get you to rise to an occasion to be better and do better. You're too busy hating on me. All right? If it wasn't for that component, it would be tragic. That component makes it fucking pathetic and embarrassing. So I have a list of 10 things Slave Cock could do tomorrow and be doing better than ever, and he's never going to take any suggestions or do them. So he's going to be right where he's always been, and he doesn't deserve anybody to take care of him because he's not taking care of himself and his obligations and responsibilities. You give what you get in this life. You get what you give. You know, they say life's not fair, but there's a bit of fairness here. There's at least trust and equity. That's as good as we got. So you want something, you got to first come with it. That's how it works.
Would this be a bad time to do a sales pitch on some t-shirts? I got a couple.
This is a
t-shirts.
great time. Go ahead.
I got a couple of your t-shirts if anyone wants to buy them.
Okay. I mean, we pretty much knew that when, like, you know, you gifted me and then I gifted you back, that you were going to have some issue or problem with it at some point. We all knew that. That's why I even said to you from the beginning, you probably shouldn't do this. Remember when I told you ahead of time, you probably shouldn't do this? And then you were like, no, I want to do this. And I want to be part of this. And so we tried to make you part of something again and you ruined it. Right. And I tried to keep you from ruining it because
I didn't.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. But you don't know yourself and trust yourself completely. So even if you're a man of your word doesn't mean anything. So when you keep to your word, it always winds up being an issue for you or someone else. So I appreciate you being a man of your word, but I would appreciate more if you knew yourself and trusted yourself so that we wouldn't have you sticking to your word and then being regretful about it. That's a you problem. You are, because it's the third time this week you brought it up. You keep bringing it up, so it's on your mind. You're regretful and resentful. You're regretful and resentful. Hey, bro, just don't worry about it. I'm going to send you whatever you gifted me back, and you just keep whatever. How about that?
No, I don't want that.
No, that works for me. Because I told you from the beginning, I didn't want anything from you because I knew what it would create for you, and I didn't need it. So, like, if it's going to be that much of a thing for you, then you just keep the gift that I gave you and you can have back what you gave me. Right? I don't need it.
Well, that's much different.
I have something bigger and better working with me. I don't need individuals on here who live like that and act like that. I don't need their dirty contributions and gifts. I got something more pure that I resonate with, that I work with, whether it's people, places, things, or a spirit. I don't really need that. So let's get that narrative out of the way too. I ain't desperate, I ain't needy, and I ain't wanting, and I'll also leave a whole bunch of shit on the table if it's not meant for me. So please know that.
Would it be dirty if I said that, you know, I'll send you the money when you send the shirts, and then I was like, all right, well, I'm just keeping the shirts and the money. Fuck it.
No, the point is that it wasn't about a buy and sell. I don't get income and I don't buy and sell. If you decide to give me, if you decide to give, that's not what I did. And you're not going to create the narrative, prosecutor Mitchell, that's what went on.
That's exactly what you did.
Voluntarily, folks decided to gift me. And I said, anyone who gives over a certain amount, I will entertain sending them back a gift in return. Okay. So it wasn't a contractual agreement. Nothing was guaranteed, but within that non-contract came, as you said, everyone sticking to their word and sentiment. So if somebody gifted me during the 100 holy days of Unslavia, I gifted them something back that they saw value in, I presumed.
So are you saying you never threatened to keep the shirts and the money?
I don't know what, I'm not going to do the courtroom simulation with you where you try to convict me on your latest bullshit narrative. I know your perspective has been skewed and flawed for over a year. Right. What makes you think it's on now? I just told you what it was. You gifted me something, right? And then days and weeks went by, and then I gifted you something. Okay. And now you're saying that, and you're saying that you didn't get value from me and our experience in your life, that you're regretting and resentful ever giving me anything because you don't get any value from me or our experience. And obviously it came from an impure sentiment.
That's what you said.
Or
that's
perspective.
What I'm pointing out. Why are you denying ever saying that and putting it on me?
They want to know, can we move on, please? The folks are tired of you. So not only are you cycling, spinning with your skewed perspective, but as usual, they're tired of it.
And spinning to avoid
they're tired of it. So am I, quite frankly. They say I have the patience of a saint because I can just allow people to cycle and spin until they learn. That's the thing. I'm like a modern day Carl Jung. These are all my patients. So I don't take it personal. I let them cycle and spin until they finally realize the error of their ways. I don't take it personal. This is a them issue. It's a them problem. They are suffering. I am not.
I can see.
Yeah, where do we go with this? Like I just told you, you know what? I'm doing it right now for everyone to see. Doing it right now. What did you gift me? Because I'm giving it back. I don't want anything from you. It causes us problems. And I told you when you did it, don't do it. And I knew you would make me double back and have to be the bigger man. And ironically, I'm always the bigger man physically. So why wouldn't I do it spiritually and metaphysically, right? So it's 1 for 1. Just give me your fucking whatever the thing is and let's get it over with. Because I'm not going to do this with you. It's not worth it to me.
I could just return to sender. That'll work.
Yeah, no, I don't. That's the thing. I gifted you, and I don't ask for shit back if I gift it. And if you want back because you don't, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. You know, I was fucking with you. You know, I was fucking with you and playing a game. You knew damn well when I did it because you laughed at it and we moved on. Now you're going to use it against me like you didn't know what was going on. You're playing dumb, and it's easy for you to play dumb because you're dumb or you're twisted.
Exactly what was
I don't think you're a dumb guy, really. I think you're twisted, right?
You just won't admit it. It's like,
okay.
Why?
What's your name again on here? What's the name?
I don't know, Paul. You'll have to figure it out.
I'm going to put in Mitch. There we go. Mitchell IQ. That's right. Said it enough times.
This is so petty. Whatever.
You gifted me 80, right?
Sounds right.
Okay. So I'm sending it back because you're obviously in more of a need of it than I am. And obviously the sentiment is
I'm not in need of it.
Is
I don't
regretted.
care. All I'm doing is pointing out you threatened to keep the money and the shirts.
Okay.
That's all.
So
And so
I'm doing it
all
now.
I'm doing is like,
No,
all
I'm
right,
doing it now.
Well, I'll go ahead and offer these shirts up to anyone who would appreciate.
You can do whatever you please with it. They're yours now. That's your 2 gift for coming, being a part of this situation.
Probably just use them as toilet paper.
So there it is. For love, Mitchell. Okay. 328. I made you whole. We have no more things to be upset or resentful or regretful about. And you're ahead of the game. Because I gave you 2 shirts. No, you're ahead in life. You're ahead in life. You're way ahead of the game. Right? Those shirts could have went to 2 other folks who actually wanted them and would enjoy them. Instead, they went to you, which is another reason I didn't want to do it. Because I knew you would eventually be regretful and resentful for what you had to lose. And I knew that you would not appreciate what you gained because that's your pattern in history. Like all of the folks who suffer on here. So I knew that it would again, it's okay. Because I tried to trust you in the moment. I tried to have good faith and trust against the reputation and the credibility. And once again, it was shown I was a fool for extending trust to folks who've shown me their patterns and habits and themes and behaviors. It does not surprise me at all, sir. Again, I recognize my accountability. You cannot have this discernment, read folks, and then also trust folks who you've read and seen over and over again are miscreants and fools. I'm the biggest fool of all. It would be like God himself giving you the Promethean fire and going, what are you going to do with it? And being upset when you burn down the whole land in creation. Who would be the fool there, right? Your thoughts, Daniel?
I feel really bad for you.
I feel bad for me? Why would you feel bad for me?
You're seemingly very upset.
I'm seemingly very upset. Nah, see, you're off again. You're misreading me. I'm constantly misunderstood, Danielle. Do you know what it's like to be misread and misunderstood constantly?
I mean, look at me.
I'm upset right now.
Well, I'm happy to resolve all your complaints if you'd like.
Thank you. I wasn't the one complaining here today. That's the weird thing is you guys always do this inverse mirror where you say everyone else is doing what you're doing. And I don't know what that's meant to do other than gaslight everyone to not believe their own eyes and experience. It's very strange.
Well, it's very strange that you just wouldn't let me point out the fact that you said you were going to keep the shirts and money.
Right. I was teasing you that day because I was, doing the trigger game and you didn't get triggered then. You laughed at it and moved on because you knew damn well I wasn't going to do that. I'm not going to risk my credibility and reputation and integrity fucking with you to that level.
I never asked for the shirts and the money. I didn't ask for you to send the money back.
It's over, Mitchell. Let go. It's over. Let go.
I'm not going
You
to stop.
got
it. I
everything
think
that
I
you
could
needed in
follow-
this life, in this situation. So what's the problem still?
I imagine there's a way for me to deny it, but it doesn't really matter. I would be most happy to get rid of the shirts, regardless of the money.
I know you don't want anything there reminding you of who and what I am and who and what you are. I understand. It's hard to own a shirt that says you're a slave on it. Every time you look at it, you have to reconcile that is you.
Look, man, I was honestly trying to be supportive of your message and
So now-
offer.
Let's have a conversation, little bitch boy.
Hold on, I got more too.
But things turn, whatever. I don't care.
This is the perfect time to use them.
I owe no loyalty or allegiance to you.
I know you have no loyalty to anything. Most of the folks I meet in this life have no loyalty to anything. That's why as soon as
I
we
have
get locked up, they go to
loyalty to
singing
God,
like a canary,
to my
and
creator.
they think they got one over on me in the system. I
God
don't know.
and
You
my
fucked yourself out of your destiny, dumbass motherfucker.
That's why I gave my
That's
crackhead.
you.
That's
I gave
you.
my crackhead dad
That's you.
$19,000.
That's you. Oh man, I'm gonna get so much usage out of this one.
That's
Because this is what you all do all day. It's to stay like Hillary Clinton. Everything you're doing is everyone else. And then when they say, no, that is you, you go, no, that's you. Right. So now I get to use that's you.
That's you.
I'm going to wear that button now. Right, so go ahead. Hold on. I got one more I got to check. And then I'm going to go back to that one. I need you to just go down a list of things that you think I'm doing. Okay. That's how we do this one. Okay, I got that guy too. Right, everybody's favorite morning zoo guy, radio voice guy, acting like a complete broken child.
Who is that?
Oh, I love this job. I
Who
love
is
this
that?
job, non-job. What
Is
now?
that Aaron guy?
Yeah, everyone named Aaron online is a douche. Haven't you noticed that? It's another one of those simulation patterns. If you do this long enough, you start to catch on. There's certain patterns. He's another one who says everything he's doing, everyone else is doing. And then he'll even break it down and go, it's fascinating how these people get together and try to act like they're important and interesting and try to sell it to everyone else. I go, that's you. I'm like, you just completely accurately described the experience I'm having about you. And seemingly what others are not having about me. So what do we learn from this? Is it all relative? Is there any objectivity here? Is it this and that?
It's everywhere, man. Fucking the machine lies is. I had to turn on them guys too, but I think we're back in good graces. But yeah.
All right, go
it's,
over a list of things that like normally you'd say that I'm doing.
Just yeah.
No, go
Yeah,
ahead.
it's
Go ahead. Like,
It's
you,
weird
come on, dude.
because they do give some good game, but then they mix it in with fucking 12 hours of nonsense.
That's you.
Who's gonna go
It
in?
even work there. It even work there. You can get that into anything. That's why Jack uses that so often, right? Because you can slip a that's you in anywhere. As soon as someone brings something to your table you've done or caused, you just drop it right in. That's you. Where do you go with like it's such an effective gaslight? Because then the other person goes, you're so insane, I can't even continue to try to hold you accountable. It actually works. Baby Jesus, who's that, man? Let me see you. Is that my okay? He's been making daddy proud lately. Can you get with the moniker, please? Even though
I
you had to
felt
be
just
special
like
too.
that
You did
with Chris,
Baba.
though,
Just
I
if
feel
you're gonna do
bad.
Baba, stick with it. Mitchell,
Man,
please.
No, it was good to see
All right.
Mitch earlier. Genuinely, it felt like old times to a certain degree, and I knew there was no reason to be worried. I figured he probably just heard me talk about that situation with Axis Rat Blood, misconception with Snafu and everything. He probably thought I was talking shit on him when he came
He
in.
did it on
I think
Christos
that's what it was.
And I
yesterday.
overreacted, and look, he came up
I
and he's
got
like,
one
"Hey,
with-
It's all right,
you just
bro.
misunderstood me."
It made good
Oh,
content.
fuck, yeah, you're probably right.
I got another one where Talcott
It
tried to
added
really
context.
gaslight Christos. He was like, Christos, he did the hands too. Do you know where you are right now? Like, what's he supposed to say to that? He ain't knows where he is. Right? Like the deflection seminar over there is like nothing I've ever seen.
reality check. Like I'm getting ready to lucid dream.
Christos, you're just so delusional. That is you. And you go, okay.
He was like, first of all, can you turn on your camera? Like make some deal out of it.
Then he hit you with the little bitch boy. That's where I caught that clip from.
Yep. Oh, I remembered. Yep.
And then Christos is laughing at him because Christos, like myself, is a loving, caring man. But I'd wager that if you got him pissed off enough and you tried that shit with him, Christos would probably whoop your ass, Talcott, you old bitch. Right? Like, let's be real about it. He's in the prime of his life. You know, it'd just be hard to get him angry enough to do something back. But if you did it, he'd probably whoop on you. So how are you going to sit there and call him a little bitch boy? Right? Like you got it like that.
Yeah, it was like out of a movie when he's like, I don't like you, kid.
He's 60-something years old and can't sit there and deal with his emotions while you're just asking him questions about his life and fuck-ups, right? He's proving that he's the child in the scenario. Life coach. And then Moose was over there. Oh, man, that was something else. It was quite a display the other day over there. Moose is now on a campaign against me. A lot of folks are broke bad again this week. It must be in the stars, right? Mitchell did it. Snafu did it. Moose, all the usual regulars.
No, when did I?
Yeah, the movement of the cosmos, and now they're going left again. You know, Paulie's grifting. He's fat. Oh. He's obnoxious. He's arrogant. He's egotistical. He's doing a cult. You know, here we go again. Let's all go hang out with Slave Cotton, Slow State, and Illuma Tranny, and whoever else is not Paul, right? This is what they would do to me in my life, too, on the show. Let's go hang out with all the other people we don't respect to try to prove something to Daddy about what we thought about him this week. And I go, you got to live with that. I don't even care. I'm just going to do what I do. And they don't understand that movement. Right? Oh, you didn't feel something about? No, not really. I think it's embarrassing. You'll go anywhere else but here. No, I don't. That's what makes me such a great broadcaster is I could smoke all this reefer, be overweight, and I never get out of breath talking. Again, we all have things that we're good at. This is mine. Why do you all keep trying to take it from me?
I'm not. It's just fuck, man.
Do you ever run out of breath when you're gagging on my nutsack and dick? Do you ever run out of breath when you're gagging on my dick with my name in your mouth 24/7, 365 like the other slaves? No matter what I do for you, it's never enough.
In your dreams, bro.
Like, I have the talent. I can broadcast and not run out of breath. You can constantly have my dick in your mouth and still not run out of breath. All right? Everyone's good at whatever they're good at.
From the very beginning of our
You don't love me. You don't
I do,
love me.
man. I've always appreciated the good that you do, but I'm somewhat unstable at times, and I call you out on.
Well, that's okay. Now, okay. See, that is you. Now we're getting to something here.
Shit I don't like, but it's easy to resolve if you want to, and if you want to keep it going, and fuck, you can do that.
That's you.
That's you.
You. I want to keep it going.
Got me.
That's it. That's you.
Oh, God.
I'm trying to tell you, want to keep it going. You got some axe to grind with me like they all do. You know, it's evident. Like, the folks doing this are the only ones in the room who don't know what they're doing. Right? Everyone else goes, it's obvious you got like something going on with this guy, meaning me. That it kind of it confirms in a way to them that I am everyone's daddy because they got this constant axe to grind with me. Like, I'm in their mind, their heart, you know, constantly coming out of their mouth.
That's you.
I think they'd rather me go in their mouth. And that's the thing. They start to go, we think you think he's daddy and you want to blow him. And he's got all this energy and time and attention with you guys' mind and heart and feelers. And he must have really made an impression on you. That's good pimping, you could argue. What do you mean, where do I come up with this? This is what's happening. You act like, you guys, I'm just good at saying what's happening. I'm not making any of this up. Like, if I was going to go make a cartoon tomorrow, I just put you guys all in as the characters. They go, where'd you get this great idea? It's not. I just observed and then drew it and just put in the shit line for line. You know, if I was going to go write a movie, I just go, here's the main character, Paulie boy, underdog, chubby, you know, mommy, stroke at birth, both supposed to die. throughout the process, suffering, self-chosen, pain, broken home, comes in realization and actualization that with faith leads to transformation and transcendence. And all along the way, I have the various characters who just keep showing up in my life with the same themes. And it makes for a great blockbuster movie. The only problem is I'm living it. Right? Not a problem, really. It's a solution. It's a recognition that we are living a movie. This is a projected holographic simulation. We're characters on screen, on stage. Default day to day. And then we replicate that here, whether we know it or not. That's why I told the beta male yesterday, what makes you think you're going to get a different version of me if you do what you did here at the bar, that I'm not going to do exactly what I did here at the bar? What makes you think that? I was already playing on the world stage. I didn't come here to bullshit and lie. I just took that player, that character, to the screen.
I think that character is only possible on the screen, honestly.
I know, because you don't live it. See, someone who doesn't live this truth would think this is only possible on screen. There's your failing.
What's this truth?
You don't understand. I'm not afraid to die or go to prison.
I'm not either.
Okay, so that's all that really makes this possible off screen as well as on screen. Does that mean I want that? Does that mean I'm going to facilitate that or expedite that? No. I use a sense of care, and I have a healthy amount of fear in me to keep me just where I need to be to not go completely off the deep end. So fear can be a good thing. I call it more careful, right? I have a care.
Yeah.
Not really a fear. I have a care where I will evaluate the position on the field and what the consequences are of the behavior. And then I will move forward ahead or not, depending on how much I believe that this is in alignment with what true is.
So if I agree with that, then how am I not living it? Like, what do you observe?
I think that there's an intellectual observance or understanding that most folks who come to this platform say they get and understand. There isn't as much practice with it or application that leads to beneficial results. And again, part of it might just be, you would have to answer that. I can't answer whether or not you feel at home in yourself, in your body, in your life, and you feel like things are getting better and there's a sense of faith and empowerment and inspiration.
I feel those things, but you're trying to convince me I don't. So that's what
I'm not trying to convince you of anything. I'm telling you I don't see that. Or if I see it, it's on such a long-term trajectory, and it's seemingly so drawn out that I don't know if it ever comes together. If it does, probably on your own time. Again, I'm not God. I can only at best show who and what I am and tell about my experience and potentially facilitate a change with a direct participant who sees that same vision and recognizes the same value and basically devotes themselves to the process, not to me. So I don't know what you're thinking and feeling. I'm just speaking about what you're showing to me and others as far as I perceive it.
Well,
and then you have to decide, is that correct and true or not? Did you show up today like somebody who was inspired, empowered, happy to be alive, looking forward to what we were going to? No, you didn't. You showed up bitching and whining and complaining, talking about T-shirts, going back in the past like a resentful hoe to some shit you knew was a joke that you didn't care about then, but all of a sudden care about today. And here we are again. And this has happened 1,000 times with you before.
I just don't want the shirts now because I feel.
I know, you just don't want. Every broken hoe logic sentence starts out with what I want or don't want. Everyone, check in on it. Figure it out. Do the simulation. Pick a time in your life where you didn't have a broken, goofy bitch who didn't fuck the whole fucking system up because they wanted or didn't want. Like a child, right?
I got an XL. Did you get a shirt?
Again, if you knew yourself and trusted yourself and lived in faith and were co-creative and holistic, you wouldn't have done something that you then had to turn around a couple weeks later and go, I shouldn't have done that, didn't want. There's the theme again. You're constantly doing things you resent or regret.
That's what you said.
That's what you show. That's what you show, son. It's not what I'm saying. I'm saying about what's shown. It's not the other way around.
I don't care. I'm indifferent. I just said that I would contribute that money to you.
There was an indifference. There was a very clear sentiment and energy that had to be communicated multiple times already, not only today, but this week. Far
Well,
from a neutral
I
space.
intended on giving you the money without the shirts, just so you know.
Okay, so then again, you're ahead of the game. You got more than what you expected, and somehow you're complaining about that. So you're unthankful and
complaining.
ungrateful.
I'm
See, it
complaining
doesn't
about
matter
having
how
the
you try to
shirts
slip and
the
slide
money.
out of who
I'm
and what you
complaining
are. It
about
always
you
comes
sending
back
me
to
the
self.
money.
I just have to then reveal 2 or 3 other shitty qualities
Right.
about you because you tried to lie about
I
the
just
original
wanted to
intent.
get rid of the shirts so I don't have to wipe my ass with them and throw them away.
Whatever. Wipe your ass with them and throw them away, guilty conscience, because you're such a good man and you're so self-righteous and you're such about equity that you just don't want to have to piss and shit on them before you bury them, right? Like you can't, come on, fuckface. Like listen to what the fuck you're saying. So if you really were self-righteous and had a guilty conscience and didn't expect it, you'd
Not
fucking give them to
self-righteous.
someone else. Hey, fuck not. You'd give them to someone else in the community who wants them, fuck slave, and you'd pay for the postage too, and it wouldn't require you coming here telling me you're gonna piss and shit on the shirts and feel guilty about it. Low key, who do you think you're doing mischievous trickster games with? You just wind up embarrassing yourself and looking like a fool with no credibility. Haven't you watched what goes on with other people? If you don't have awareness of self, just watch me with the other clowns who are like you and go, do I really want to end up looking like this consistently online? And then don't do it. But you're painfully attracted to the ego dissolution process of me using the light of truth to expose your foolishness and mischievousness. You love it. You all love it.
Correct. That's what I'm here for.
Because
Can I
you
offer
don't
you a
believe
shirt,
in
Hank?
God, so you make me the God of all media, and you love to watch me work on you and reveal you for who and what you are. Because you're such short game people. It's going to happen. When you go to
It's gonna
die, it's
take
all
these
going to happen.
fucking
But you
shirts.
want it now, so I'm here to oblige, right?
Did you ever get rid of all your shirts, by the way?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're gone. There may be a couple left. I'm
make
sure
new.
Ace will.
You
What?
got the pattern. You make another shirt yourself if you need to.
Yeah,
Is it my
whatever.
turn?
Why don't you make a shirt that says I'm a douche instead of wearing a shirt that says you're a slave to everyone else? Make one that says I'm a douche. ... Now watch me walk away. I think that'll be good.
Is it my turn to bash Jack yet?
Yes, embarrassing. Exactly. But this is the work that they need from me. This is why, again, I occupy dual or multiple positions where I have to do the cringy, awkward, uncomfortable, embarrassing recognition of the obvious with folks who cannot read themselves or the room. That's the work they need from or with me. I've reconciled that. Right? And then the question is, how do I do it? And obviously, entertainment format, I guess, what they've called it.
Wait, can I offer anyone a t-shirt?
No, thank you. I have shirts already. I'm wearing 2 shirts right now.
Well, that's all I did originally. You know,
Okay.
that's what started all of this. Just mind you. That.
Well, the weird thing is you have your own channel and live broadcast, of which you've used many hours shitting on me and bringing up my records. You might want to start a broadcast that says free t-shirt giveaway, and then you could do something different than your normal content, right?
What do you mean bringing up your records? What are you talking about? I don't do that shit.
No, you were just putting my full name out there in your headlines, trying to, get me doxxed or indicted like you all do. Right. So instead of doing like endless broadcasts on how I'm a piece of shit while no one's watching, maybe do a free t-shirt giveaway today. Hey, here's a great idea. Someone will finally show up to your broadcast because you're giving away something I touched or made, right? So maybe you'll actually get an audience now.
Yeah.
It's a good marketing tool, a promotional tool for you. Hey, before I piss and shit on this shirt because I love Paulie Boy so much,
man. You use
and ignore the last 10 broadcasts I did about him being a grifter fraud. We're doing free t-shirt giveaway today.
Comes in here under the senior screen name. Like, come on, man.
Who comes in here now?
Hey, your name's not a secret. It's not fucking.
It's not the great logic again. That's great logic. Hey, your name's not a secret. It's been out there a couple times before. So I made a billboard with it on it and put it out front and made a whole bunch of false claims with it too.
It's
Oh,
your
thanks.
Hey,
responsibility
Mitch,
to
you make me a
protect-
billboard too.
Yeah, again, I'm not saying it's hidden
not
and I
my
can keep it secret. I'm
responsibility
just
to
saying it
protect
reveals
your
something
privacy.
about the character of someone who would plaster it all over the place and try to make false claims. You see what I'm
You
saying?
did that. Now you're mad at me.
I didn't
Mitch, may
say
I
I
have a
would see you
billboard?
doing it again. You're presuming I think I'm a victim and that I'm scared of you doing that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm
You're
saying you're a
complaining.
douche.
No, I see
Now
you as
watch
a
me walk away.
complainer.
I'm getting jealous. I want a billboard too.
I see you as a claimless complainer, not a victim.
That's you.
That's
Ew. That's the
Got
thing.
it.
See? And I keep trying to explain this to you and others that what you keep
gold.
projecting onto me is coming right from you as a source of beingness. It's not exemplary of what I'm doing or who I am.
It's funny. The irony about that is it pretty much applies to you too, man.
That's you.
Again,
Yeah.
it actually doesn't. Everything you're saying is right out of the id subconscious. It
All right.
describes you perfectly. It does not fit as well when describing me.
Okay. I think
Actually,
my-
almost the polar opposite, really.
Okay, topic switch. So Jack Talcott's idea to end all secrets is a horrible idea. I mean, he has his own secrets. He's not
Jack Talcott ending wars and legal secrets, bad idea. Jack Talcott ending his life or his suffering, maybe more beneficial for himself and everyone else in this incarnation. I'm not promoting eternal death. I'm saying if someone is just this dissolute and has everyone running in the opposite direction from them and refuses to take suggestions and stop suffering, they may be better off dead because they've never started to truly live.
If you really think that-
I mean, when you take the cosmic perspective on things that maybe we just reincarnate, hey, give it another shot.
Then why do you spend so much time on him?
Well, I think that he's a fascinatingly, tragically, comedically endearing character.
Yeah,
Um,
but yeah, if it was a good idea to publish all your secrets, he would have done it.
yeah,
already.
I'm not
It's
saying
under
that I
power.
want Jack Talcott to harm himself. I would be like kind of, I mean, if anything, just to be selfish, I would lose out on a whole bunch more material and content and like sound clips. So
Yeah.
I'm not advocating for that. I'm not promoting that. I want Jack Talcott in this simulation. I want him on this panel. I want him doing well in life if he's able. If not, well, then it's fucking freak show circus display time, right? It's
Yeah.
Trigger Central. It's just chaos theorism because that's all you have left.
Yeah,
If there is no understanding and order, there's nothing left but chaos and suffering.
Yeah, I want Jack Talcott to be a successful cult leader instead of a failure one, which means I want to be a successful cult leader. So that's my projection.
That's the thing. You're aspiring to try to be like your daddy because I already am a successful cult leader.
Of course.
They're upset about that too. I've succeeded at starting a cult. They're mad about that and hating on it. Can't do anything out here without
When
catching
you
shit
can't
from
get women.
That's you.
I didn't do that one. All right. That was somehow, I think Dana from StreamYard. She's hacked into my back area. I didn't do that one. I have way better timing than that.
That's fucking
Oh, we're having too much fun at work, huh? Let's go to breaking slave news. Why not? Switch up the energy. Unless Hank has something. Hank, you got anything? Huh?
No, I got my thing. I just want to get my bash into Talcott, even though I told him to his face yesterday.
What are they saying down there? What's with Margot now? Margot's like, she's found a home here again. They all go off to the other areas and then find their way back. And they go, hey, it's like that phase a woman has, right, in college. Like, hey, just forget about all that. We're going to move on from that. I'm a good Christian woman again. Yeah, I don't know what they're doing with Margot down there. Daddy's little monsters are going crazy. Flying monkeys are out of control today. Try, please, okay? He won't do the simulation. You're gone. Penile power, you're gone. Think of all these people who, like, have nothing to show and tell daily and then want to come here and can't conform to the simulation because they're so important. Oh, I'm Penile Power Podcast. Look at me. Oh, I'm the tribe. Look at me. Yeah, it's not happening. All right, that's starting to look. Yeah, Margot Davy, definitely not happening. Flow State's your boyfriend. Go back over there. He misses you. Especially with that name. You can't get with the program. Thoughts on her not being able to conform, Hank? Having to be timed out along with a bunch of other people?
Yes. So there is no evidence that I paid Paul to time you out. Did you have absolutely no evidence I did that? Plus, I could have done it myself.
I don't know what. That's kind of an elaborate bit there because you actually didn't pay me to time those people out. You're saying it like you did, but you actually didn't. I just don't like what they're doing. Okay, let's move on. I got top 10 because we did it yesterday and I enjoyed it so much. I figured I'd bring it back. We're taking it back. Joe Biden's top 10 moments from 2022. We did 2023 yesterday for the new year. Again, it was so great. I got to see 2022's version. I might even go back all 4 years.
Oh, you can
Hank
go
Frank?
further back. It was a United States senator and vice president. You can go back.
That's true.
Decades.
I have the clips of when he was calling black people N-words on the Senate floor, and he was like getting support for that.
Do you have clips
Wow,
when he was bald? He used to be bald.
That is true. I don't know how people go bald and then get hair back. Elon did that as well. Some kind of black magic ritual or something.
Yeah.
Top 10 moments, 2022. Go.
Have a quick talk about Joe Biden and his increasingly distressing performance on the stump in 2022. Now, the folks over at the Federalist.com website have put together a compilation of the top 10 Biden gaffes, bloopers, or downright fall aparts they say proves the U.S. president is on the downhill slope to cognitive decline. Here are a few of them, and I wonder if you'll agree. Remember, Biden started out 2022 forgetting what year it was.
There's a lot of reason to be hopeful in 2020. But for God's sake, please take advantage of what's available.
He said those words on January 4th, 2022.
It is noteworthy that the percentage of women who register to vote and cast a ballot is consistently higher than the percentage of the men who do so. End of quote. Repeat the line. Women are not without electoral and or political or maybe precise, not and or political power.
End quote. Repeat the line. Well done, President Ron Burgundy. Then there was a time he claimed childhood oil slicks on his mother's car windscreen gave him cancer.
The first frost, you know what was happening? You'd had to put on your windshield wipers to get literally the oil slick off the window. That's why I and so damn many other people I grew up have cancer.
He didn't have cancer. Then there was the time President Biden gave a shout out to a congresswoman who had died in a road accident just weeks earlier, but who he thought was still alive.
That's you.
And I want to thank all of you here, including bipartisan elected officials like Representative Governor, Senator Braun, Senator Booker, Representative Jackie. Are you here? Where's Jackie?
Maybe they reanimated her.
She was going to be here to help make this a reality.
I see dead people. And then there are all the times he's managed to get lost, just getting off a stage.
Mr. President, thank you.
That's you.
At the end of such a momentous event.
That's Talcott.
Oh, here we are. Yes, but of course,
I don't know what to do, ladies and gentlemen.
For all his skeptics.
Watch me. If you think I don't have the energy or have mental acuity, then you know that's one thing.
That's
oh yeah,
you.
Mr. President, we're watching, all right.
Oh man, yeah, Jack debates like Joe Biden. We need to run Jack Talcott for president. 2020. What is it? 25. We got to do it.
Talcott for Antichrist. He could do better than president.
At least if we can at least. Okay, here's what I'm going for. Probably not going to get elected, but if we really like move into this, he'll at least get honorable mention, and they'll give him a spot on like Fox Noise. Excuse me. They'll give him a spot there, right? And they'll go, Jack Talcott from Spokane, you were written in over 10,000 times for President of the United States. How do you feel about that? That's his first foot in the door to Hollyweird and the rest of it. Right? So if he's willing to like put the past aside and everything we've been through, everything he's been through regarding me, I really haven't been through anything. We put all that aside and we work from here on out. Jack Talcott for president, not necessarily to get him elected, just to get him rich and famous and get more numbers and viewers.
Yeah.
So I'll expect to hear from him or his people shortly on that offer. Because I think that could be like your next sort of flashpoint event, right? To get you publicity and get you known by certain networks of folks. Great idea. See? They're already saying I'm full of these ideas. Full of it. All of them, excuse me. Trust us. We own truth.
Yeah, I always started with that. I actually helped Jack Talcott get on Pine Creek show because he wanted to talk to someone like Donald Trump. And Pine Creek's a conservative atheist immigrant from Canada that has his own show. So
That's you.
That is kind of you, except you're not from Canada. Can I see Daddy's Rusty whatever back there to know that you're legitimate? Backstage person? Can I see you? That's you. Talking to you back there.
That's you.
I can even use it in that position, right? Okay. How are you, sir? Daddy's Rusty Trumpet? What do you got to report?
Yeah. I'll have it. You want to hear it?
Yeah, you got to talk louder. Get closer.
turn up your microphone settings.
A sec.
Yeah. That's
Okay, what now?
Let me just do something here.
There you go.
Nice work.
Here we go.
All right, Hank, relax. Hank's really excited.
So, I'm a big fan of yours from the UK. I love what you do, and I just love to be a part of it.
So basically, let me translate because Mitchell's here.
So here I am.
You love the way that I pimp on people, mac on people, grift on people, fraud, lie, and pretty much created a whole character for myself to live online that I don't exist with offline. You're into all that?
No, I mostly love the way you put people down. It's second to none, man. Love it.
Oh, okay. See, Mitchell, there is something else I do that I'm good at that people like: insulting other people.
It's like a personality roast or something.
Well, I guess I won't take it to where I was going to go with it. I was going to ask if you got any dismissals recently, and have you contributed lately?
He's talking to
I've got a
you, I
mouthpiece
think,
here.
Daddy's Rusty
Try
Trumpet.
this out.
Does that
That's
answer
just
your
the
question?
mouthpiece. Imagine what I can
Anything
do the
else,
whole
Mitchell?
thing.
Mitchell, any other questions? Look alive. Come on. What are you doing?
Next question, please.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not
I
exactly
got
sure where
copies
to
like
go
this.
with it.
Ready to answer.
All right, who's the most retarded person in this room?
Oh, it's got to be me. Without doubt.
I
Mitchell, your
disagree. I
thoughts?
think it's me.
I'm so unintelligent it hurts.
No argument.
All right, let's move on, please. I can't. I feel
No,
the
I like
whole.
to think.
Yeah,
I like to
help me
communicate.
out. Help me out with the electric keyboard, whatever's going on there.
I like to listen.
I'm over it. Yeah, I'm over it. All right, we got to get back to breaking slave news. I don't know what just went on. He understands that this isn't like a tryout for some kind of like this isn't America's, Idol, American Idol. This is not that.
America's Got Talent.
Yeah, you're aware of that, right? This isn't Dancing with the Stars.
I think I need X Factor.
Maybe he's in the wrong place. He thinks that I'm like Harvey Levin or Simon Cowell or something.
You're producer Paul. You're gonna make us big.
Yeah. Does he even know who I am? And he said he loved what I do, but I don't ever do that. I
You're
don't do
making us
that.
big.
I don't bring people on and go just play the trumpet over.
We
Fucking
saw
love
you
you,
did
man.
with Talcott. We want some of that too.
All right, I love you too, but please, let me move forward here. Got breaking
I
slave.
won't do it anymore. I was just
All right. Now let's do the rest of the broadcast. Little
Let me
bit,
roll
boy.
one.
That's a Talcott reference. I'm not trying to. I got to get that one back up here. I'm gonna have to delete shit. I don't want to do it, Hank.
Let me show you my little
This is why I
setup.
need a producer. Why does he keep talking when I'm talking? We're really gonna do this now? We've done this so many times before.
Here we go.
Like they wait till I speak and then I can't even understand what he's saying. I don't think anyone can. Oh, you know what? Silly me. I just realized what this was. Yeah, I realized what this is. He says he loves when I insult people, and people who do that, they want me to insult them. It's some twisted fucking Hank. You got to see this. It's see, he's laughing. I'm onto him.
Yeah, you go.
The sickest people ever. They're so masochistic and sadistic. Regular people won't come up. These people love it. They come up, they play trumpets, they talk over me, and they just can't wait till I start insulting him. And they can't get enough of it. I've seen this before. What I do with what I do, I've seen this before. Thoughts on this, Hank? This strange phenomena?
It's the game.
Yeah, I guess we need to develop a poly insult soundboard too for those people can get off. We might make it easier for them to get off.
Right. Well, we kind of do have that.
God damn it, Paul.
Dumbass. Hey, dumbass.
That's for him.
Get him.
He likes
get
that.
him. Get him. Get him. Get on the groovy train. Get on the groovy train.
Sir, what kind of medication are you not taking?
Yeah, I don't take any medication. I'm a natural.
Right, that's the problem. That's the problem. That is you. Be medicated.
That's you.
High strength Largactil. Chlorpromazine, maybe.
Do you want to move forward and do breaking
Done
slave
that.
news? See what he's doing?
No, you go for it, man.
You say
I wanna hear
that
this.
as soon as you say that, but as soon as I go to do it, you're gonna do something. I know you are. You cheeky bastard. I know you're onto something.
I'm just gonna say on some next video.
All right, okay. You know what? Let's get to breaking slave news because that's what he wants.
Let's do the bit. Go ahead and start the next clip so we can interrupt it.
Okay. Houthi ballistic missile strikes U.S. owned and operated vessel, U.S. military says. So we're expanding the World War III scenario. Soon, UK will be involved. This gentleman will be involved. They'll draft him. Have some horrible accident. He'll be killed. Let's get to it.
Due this morning, the U.S. Military Central Command now says U.S. fighter aircraft shot down an anti-ship cruise missile that was fired at a U.S. Navy destroyer in the Red Sea from a Houthi-controlled area of Yemen. And this comes just days after the U.S. and the U.K. launched strikes against Houthi targets in Yemen. The militant group vowed to retaliate. CNN's Oren Lieberman is joining us right now from the Pentagon. Oren, we're now learning what? That another ship was hit by a missile just off the coast of Yemen. What's the latest?
We have seen more launches since the incident on Sunday in which a U.S. fighter jet shot down a cruise missile that was fired at a U.S. destroyer in the Red Sea. We've just learned from U.S. Central Command that there was a ballistic missile fired against a U.S. owned and operated vessel, the Central Command did not say exactly where this happened, but the UK Maritime
All
Security.
right, Hank, I'm over
says
it.
that this
I'm
happened.
over it already. See how quick that was?
Yeah,
My
you
version of the
interrupted.
news broadcast.
I'm
What now?
surprised. You interrupted yourself. Come.
Yeah, because it's just so some folks might say staged and organized and just propagandized that I can barely make it through like 1 or 2 minutes at this point, and it dominates the news cycle. So this is all we're hearing about now.
Yeah, it's boring. But wouldn't be boring is if Leon Panetta would play Zonatic with me. That wouldn't be boring.
Okay, how about this one? Maybe this will be more exciting. What happens when Iran announces they have an atomic bomb? Does that scare you at all, or what?
Not really.
Really going to make me work for it today, Hank?
Absolutely.
So what? I just abandoned the whole breaking news thing because no one even cares. It's not scaring anyone. I can't influence anyone to do what they say to do.
No, let's go through it.
What's the range on that?
How boring the news is. So let's go to the next clip.
Experts are warning that Iran's
Does anybody know what the range on
getting close to finishing
that
their own
missile
nuclear
is?
weapon, an atomic bomb. Katie
Maximum.
McFarlane with me now. What happens if Iran announces, yep,
Hey,
we have a
dumbass.
Well, first of all, do you believe them? Will they have to give evidence? Will they test a nuclear weapon to show that they actually have it? But the more serious problem is then everybody gets a bomb, right? The Saudis will say, well, if Iran has it, we need our own nuclear weapon. And then chances are Turkey says, well, these other guys have them.
I need a
we
nuclear
ours. So what
weapon.
you would have very quickly is a nuclear arms
What
race.
now?
And the reason it
I need a
works-
nuclear weapon. I mean,
You want me to get you a nuclear weapon?
Yes, please. Or I'll just make one myself, since it's obviously so easy to make nuclear weapons now. They must have
You got any Bitcoin? I can't give you that if you're not gonna use Bitcoin to get it.
Of
The
course,
dark web stuff.
I'll use even darker coin. I'll use what's the one they really don't want us to use? That's hard to track. Monero. I'll use Monero because that's even harder to track. So that's even more evil.
You know, it's interesting that you bring this up because I've actually recently been thinking about developing a device that harnesses Jack Talcott's reactive energy and translates it, transmutes it into nuclear energy.
That's
so that we could.
I want it.
Yeah, it's just this backpack harness, and it takes all the reactive, angry, bitter, resentful energy. And it's like it's a personal reactor. What's this guy mumbling? And what's he doing? He's doing it, isn't he, Hank?
Of course. That's what.
I can't even tell everyone about this new fucking device like Elon I'm developing. Right? Elon can go on talk about all the shit he's doing. I can't do it here. So you're never even going to find out about the new personal nuclear reactor device that allows you to harness nuclear power and transmute that. And that's a shame.
Well, I'll check archive.org. Maybe you published it or someone else published it, and I'll just build it from there.
I could be killed for technology.
How? How are they going to stop you? You have so much power.
Hank, please.
works as a nuclear arms race is Iran will have developed its own nuclear weapon. Saudi Arabia will buy one. They'll
That's
buy one
you.
from Pakistan. Maybe they'll buy something from other countries, North Korea, who knows?
That's you.
But you could see a Middle East, which is the most tension-filled, hair trigger part of the universe.
That's
and
you.
then if they all have nuclear weapons, throwing that into the mix, it becomes a very, very, very dangerous world.
If they did make such an announcement, what do you think President Biden would do?
Well, who knows?
Shit
I mean,
himself.
the problem with the Biden administration is they've always wanted to placate and appease Iran.
That's
And
you.
what's that led to? Well, now we see that Iran's proxies are firing on American military vessels.
That's you.
And even though President Biden had launched this attack a couple of days ago, supposedly at the source of these missile attacks, he didn't take them out, maybe did 20%, 30% damage, but didn't remove their ability to fire on American vessels. So I'm not sure what he would do. I mean, I guess he would try to, quote, double down on diplomacy, whatever that means. But I don't see them stopping Iran's nuclear program.
Overnight, or I think it was yesterday, the Houthis fired a cruise missile at an American
That's
destroyer.
you.
Fortunately, it was shot down by a
Yeah.
U.S. fighter jet. If it had not been shot down, there would have been significant casualties. There would have been deaths on board an American ship fired on by a Houthi cruise missile. That could not be ignored. What would be the response to that?
We'd be at war. You know, and here's the thing that everybody's worried about, or people in the military have worried about throughout this, is that so far we've either ignored the Iranian proxy attacks, or in the case of the missiles coming from the Houthis towards commercial or American military vessels, is we've done perimeter defense. In other words, we see the missile in the air, it's about to hit the ship, we destroy the missile. We know where that missile came from, but we haven't taken out the source of that. We haven't gone to the missile launchers. Biden had, you know, an attack, but it didn't do any real good, obviously, because they're firing back. The thing I always have worried about is that by placating Iran, by appeasing Iran, what you're doing is in fact making war more likely, because eventually something is going to get through our defensive perimeter, and you are going to have a ship that gets sunk or American casualties, just like you've said. And what happens then? We are at war, a war we don't want, a war we're not prepared to fight, and a war we could have avoided.
It's been more than 100 days since Hamas.
I frankly think
attacked
that
Israel.
crisis initiation is really tough.
Reportedly losing his patience with Netanyahu.
And it's very hard for me to see how the United States,
big time in Gaza. Where do you stand on this?
President can get us to war with Iran.
Well, this is why we should have a Secretary of Defense who's able to do his job, because this is a military question. You know, there's a political question for Joe Biden because the base of his party is anti-Israel, pro-Palestinian, but there's a military question. You know, how close is Israel to decapitating, destroying Hamas? Why hasn't Israel been able to get the sort of 2 or 3 top leaders of Hamas? Is Israel taking all the precautions it could to prevent civilian deaths? We don't know.
I frankly think
that.
that
And I tell you
crisis
what, an American
initiation is really
military
tough.
presence in the Middle East, you know, the Secretary of Defense should be in the region. He should be talking to the military leadership to assess this.
That's
Sending a
you.
secretary
Let's bring
of
up
state
another
and
back.
other diplomatic officials, that doesn't do the job.
Bring him back.
They're doing their political
That's
job.
you
They
is
need to
so
have somebody
perfect
assessing
because
the
that's what they
military
do.
situation. And we don't have
They're
anybody
just saying everything they're doing and blaming everyone else for it. Oh, you can't placate Iran because that's going to cause them to get expansionist. That's you. The more that we placated United States and UK corporate fascist ideals and ideology of democracy worldwide, the more we've been at war with everybody, including our own people. That's you.
That's Iran's free will. If they respond to us attacking them, then they of course they want to attack us the whole time. They're not defending themselves.
Yeah, this is just, again, some folks might say, I mean, Clausen might say, the lobbyist for Israel himself, that we really want to get to war with Iran and we might just have to sink some submarines in order to do it. While she says, we would never want this war, we never want it to happen. Well, there must be some miscommunication because Clausen, the Israeli lobbyist, says that's all they're in the game of doing is covert means against the Iranians and others. And they can get nastier at that, some might say. Of course, he never really said it. He was talking about what other people said. All right, so we played that clip ad infinitum here, ad nauseum. So, you know, we know the deal, right? We know what it is.
This up. We can steal on the telecom pin. We'll share our weapons with them directly. Then they can just use them on us. There you go. That'll be faster.
Greetings. I don't talk to my daddy. He's a mean post monkey. We're doing well today. Blessed here.
Can we just pray for peace?
Let us hand in the weapons, then we'll shoot them for having the weapons. There we go. That's a great idea.
Hold on. We got to get Roz Jesse down to cut up some more meat because it's hot chow hour for a lot of the other broke, poor beta panelists. So let's go ahead and there you go. Yeah. Yeah, Jess, just cut up some more. We got a whole line out there. Right? Long line. Really hungry and gaunt. Gray skin, dark circle eyes, the whole thing.
Dodgy.
What's that now? What's that? I didn't know I had a co-host
Sorry,
here today.
my
Hank.
connection's a bit dodgy.
No, it's great.
Should be all right.
Everything's going just yeah, it's fine. Perfect.
Brilliant.
You want any chicken or what? Chicken or fish?
Chicken, please.
All right.
More
I would like
protein.
fish, please. What kind
All
of
right,
fish?
yeah, we're gonna have to do something about his internet because he's got about a 5 to 7 second delay, and I'm ready to jump out the window. So maybe get closer, come back, or just leave and don't come back.
Rest is best.
I'm even open to that. Right.
5 or 6. Are you listening to the StreamYard or the YouTube? Trumpet guy.
No problem.
10-second delay. Sorry, I was wrong. All right, I'm going to put you in the back. Dad's rusty trombone. You got to go. The internet's terrible. Why nobody likes English? Not the people, but England. Nobody likes it. Horrible place.
Freaking
Food's
redcoat.
terrible. The weather's terrible. Hank, please. Food's terrible. Weather's terrible. Leadership is terrible, obviously. Nothing redeeming about the place. I'd get out of there immediately, sir, if I was you. You want to be part of this broadcast, right? Daddy chill. Okay. They're recentering me. Tend to get.
Daddy, chill.
Okay. That's what I needed. Get focused and rebalanced here. Hank. People upset me. They get me very upset. Like Mitchell. Mitchell, why weren't you advocating there?
Oh,
Why weren't
my
you
bad.
trying to? Yeah, what were you doing?
I tuned out for the.
Do you have any criticism or critique or any kind of suggestions?
No.
Is there anything that I'm doing wrong or I could do better?
Help me get rid of these shirts.
I'll get my lighter. There we go. Let me get that.
Do I just send them back to Ace? Let him deal
Yeah,
with it.
Mitchell, whatever, man. If you want to, do the return to sender thing or you want to just give them out on panel, I mean, figure it out, bro. This is like plaguing you now. You're going to keep bringing it up. Put a damper on this broadcast.
There we go. I got my lighter. We can just go ahead and start a bonfire. Of course, we have picked the right day of the week because the state doesn't want us burning stuff whenever, but we'll just light them on fire and it's gone. Very simple.
Oh my God, Jackie is so annoying. Some of these people can't escape their own annoying personality, even when they do the simulation. This is exactly what I said yesterday. What are the odds this isn't Jackie right now? Daddy's favorite flying fox, right? Because her name's Fox. I'm sure that's not Joshua Fox. That's annoying.
And it's Sandra
Make a
Hedgehog.
new identity so we can all meet each other again and start fresh, and they just can't help. This is why women are more egoic, because the witness creature did it, she did it. They just can't stand that they have to come online and not be known for who they've been known for. They can't do it. You have to know that that's Brielle and Jackie. You have to know it.
Yeah. Jackie, are you a gamer? Do you play Sonic the Hedgehog?
Yeah, she's a gamer, all right? Look at the game she's playing down there. I go, it's Daddy's Flying Monkey or something like that. Daddy's favorite flying fox. And then it's Foxy. Insanely annoying. Can't do anything around here without these people doing this. They did it again. That is them. That is her. That's you.
That's you.
Right. That ego. The ego is very tricky, brothers and sisters, and you did it again. Couldn't help it. So you made a new name, but you didn't, because we all know it's you, and it has nothing to do with me, because you had to get back to you, like Jack Talcott. It has to be all about you. Even in the name about me, it has to be all about you. Never.
That's you.
I'm really going to wear this one out, Hank. It's happening so often here.
Well, it's okay for me to do because I'm a covert narcissist anyway, so I'm always just a reflection
Have
anyway.
some fun. You got to send some of these white women to a glory hole.
That's a
They
great
can
idea.
fucking loosen up. Practice service, having a servant's heart. Stop being so fucking prideful and egoic. Damn it, Hank. God damn it, Paul. Get back to the fucking breaking news here. Sick of these people. Ian up here. It's becoming a We Are Awake like broadcast up here. All I do is sit up here and just yell at everybody.
You piece of shit. I'm fucking sick of you.
Oh,
Right.
blow something up too. Do you got a clip of stuff exploding? We need to play that. Boom! Wham!
Yeah, we got to work with Ian too, because he's like real low on numbers, real down lately. He's really upset about it. And I've been begging him, just come over here and fuck with the old boy, but he can't get it done. Too prideful and egoic. Ego, brothers and sisters. It's tricky.
That's you.
That's him. Can't get past it. Numbers are tanking. He could be my co-host. We are Unslaved TV. How about that for a name? Pathetic Warrior never got that. Mitchell, go ahead. You're looking very stoic and intent.
I'm just paying attention.
That's good. Figuring out still what to do
I'm
with those
actually
shirts. He doesn't
I'm
want.
really stoned. I'm not
No
on
kidding.
board. Yeah. Okay.
All right, let's just move along here, okay? Nothing to see. Stone, Hank is doing that. I'm backstage. I can't see him, but I'm presuming he's doing that thing he always does where he's like smiling ear to ear. That's the Hank Frank look.
It intimidates my enemies.
You're like one of those totem pole heads that they pull out for war.
Oh, absolutely.
It's an evil smile that intimidates the enemy. Okay. Excuse me. My having some congestion, my emphysema rearing its ugly head. What's this now? John Kerry quits climate gig and jets off to Davos. You son of a bitch. Telling us all about fucking climate change and how we need to not use AC with that Barry Obama. And now he's another one on the private jets running all over. And Neil Cavuto, Fox News.
Oh, he hates the planet.
Republicans have learned to love
This
Trump
is
again.
upsetting.
That's the headline. Learn to love Trump again. Ashley?
Learn to love
That's a
Trump
shift.
again. Yeah, right.
What's behind
No.
Talk about
You can't make
gaslighting.
me- You can't make me love Trump again.
Many college
I won't
educated
let you do
Yeah,
it.
let Daddy back in so he can beat you again.
over what they describe as excessive and unfair legal investigations targeting the former president. In fact, that shift can be pinpointed almost to the moment last year when a Manhattan grand
Hold on. Mimi's a little bit slow down there. Can't figure out what's going on. Yes, Mimi. Everyone has a daddy name. We're doing a simulation. You know, every few months I gotta spice things up. I gotta trigger. You know, freshen up the rap a little bit. So yeah, that's what we're doing. We're doing that. You're not gonna be down on that, are you? Not gonna have something to say about it. We're having fun here. We're just having fun. Giving me the eye now. Oh, everyone's doing a daddy thing. Get with it, lady.
jury indicted him for his role in paying hush money to a porn star. Others, meanwhile, say they're just underwhelmed by Ron DeSantis and view Mr. Trump as more likely to win than former Governor Nikki Haley. Others, meantime, see Trump as a more palatable option because they want to prioritize domestic problems over foreign relations. And the Times also points to a Suffolk University USA Today poll that shows that Trump, with support from 62% of Republican voters, including 60% of those with a college degree. Fox News polling also showing that Trump's backing from white college-educated Republicans doubled to 60% over the course of last year. So that key group is coming back to Donald Trump, apparently. Stu.
Climate czar John Kerry.
Czar.
He's leaving the Biden administration.
Climate czar.
Is he retiring from politics?
Does anyone find it odd that like this system that you all are a part of is using terms like czar, climate czar, like they're using, I guess, Russian war terminology to describe people's role in war on the climate?
Michael.
I mean, could this get any?
I mean,
What now?
we should use
Michael
counts
Starr.
instead. Counts and duchesses, and we just use all the terms. We should commissar.
Strange.
We should put on a Fuhrer or something in there too. We just use all the terms. Just
The white
read
hat.
And I would, and Trump. I'm mad at Trump. He's been raising his symptoms. Been raising the porn stars' rates, so that's very annoying. So Trump, stop over.
All right, let's Hank, please. That's you, okay?
Of
Be
course.
honest about it. Whatever you just said about them, that's you. But there's a new drug mixed with human bones ravaging not only Sierra Leone, but I'm guessing downtown Denver, because these people look a lot like Iluma Tranny. If you saw the thumbnail. So if you're fucking snorting whatever this powder is mixed with human bones, I suggest you stop it over there. All right? Doesn't look like it's.
Xylazine? Is that xylazine?
I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. I just
It's
thumbnail,
frozen
it was-
fentanyl, of course.
yeah. All right, you got to see this. Bones and powder. There's as if you couldn't get more satanic and demonic, right? We're gonna sniff fentanyl with human bone powder.
They work only to ride works, nothing else. Trust me.
They call it kush, dried leaves mixed with a cocktail of chemicals.
They just make shit up. Like Kush is a type of weed, and they just ground up pills and mixed in human bones and called it Kush. It doesn't work like that.
It's a regional variant.
You see company die. That's still the taker.
Do these black people have access to the rest of the world or what? Like, do they know what's going on everywhere else?
No.
Disturbing reports have emerged.
They're not aware there's like really good weed out there.
Human bones.
They're not.
Good bones, dude.
Their school's worse than ours.
This yellow liquid, I'm feeling like I'm on heroin. Fuck.
Freetown.
What?
Home to 1 million people.
The yellow liquids. It comes in my
Mitchell,
throat.
you're smoking the yellow liquid and you feel like you're on heroin? This is what I mean. Bro, I've been telling you for over a year not to buy that shit and smoke it. They're putting Korean fentanyl in there. And that's why you feel like that. Look at him.
It comes in syringes too, man.
Holy shit. This kid needs help.
It's got me fucked
He's
up.
smoking and eating up yellow liquid and he feels like he's on heroin. Yeah, because there's heroin in there.
I got 8 grams for $62 after tax, man. It's
Yeah, why do you think you can never quit? He goes, it's the
best
strangest
shit
thing. I feel like I'm on heroin, and when I go to quit, I start throwing up. This is really strong THC. You go, no, you're actually on heroin. Joke's on you.
Now I'm drinking apple juice.
You can't trust that shit. You don't know what bro, they caught somebody in LA who was putting Xanax in the fucking edibles. So you got these clowns like showing up 10 at a time going, these edibles are great. They're not like anything else in town. Yeah, because they're putting Valium and Xanax in them. The fuck is wrong with you? Now you're having a seizure. You didn't fucking have half a brownie for the day. Now you're seizing up at grandma's dinner table. You got a real problem. You're gonna need rehab. Penile Power, why are you looking like that? You show up here looking like that? What's the deal, bro?
Is he overdressed?
Hey, little bitch boy. Come on, Sean, man. You're showing a source, man. This is no way for showing a source to be presenting himself. But he's eating an apple, though. He's getting his daily fruit intake, which is a good sign.
I'm in a loop right now. My bad.
An apple a day keeps Paul's dad away.
Why does he show up here to do clerical work in the background? Like Wizard. Wizard will show up here and he's typing, he's doing like papers.
All right, well, let me
and
ask you. I know
research
you
projects.
got.
What the fuck is your problem? That's you. You go now.
That's you.
All right. I'm trying to figure this
All
out.
right, man. Seriously, just go work at Sonic, bro. You could be using. I know you've been online for at least 3 to 4 hours already today, and you could have been working at Sonic. You could have already bought yourself a decent internet connection and a fucking computer. What's your this the universal sign for I'm a dumbass. That's you. Again. All right, I'm gonna give him a cue every time.
That's you.
Every time I'm done, I'm gonna hand it off to you. Pineal Power, you're a dumbass. Your computer doesn't work properly. It hadn't for over a year, and I've been begging you to get some fucking employment or learn how to suck dick so you can buy some equipment so we can have a conversation.
That's you.
Nothing.
3 times
All right, we gotta move
my
on.
computer.
This is great. No, this is not great. This is the destruction of my broadcasting career. You're witnessing it in real time. And from my position, it feels like bullet time. Like you have no idea what it's like to do this broadcast with these people as co-host, non-co-host. It's a game that I've played with myself and everyone else. It's like being in Matrix bullet time, where you swear, like when I watch it back, I go, oh, there was only like a quarter of a second there in delay. But in my body, 5 minutes it felt like. That's why they go, why are you always talking and interrupting? You have no idea what it's like to do a broadcast and actually want to be successful at it. It's like your whole insides start caving in when you go to dead silence or when you go to some horrible just non sequitur, or you're in the middle of rapping and you look down and penile power's like this. Catatonic. You start to feel like you're folding in on yourself. It's an amazing sensation to experience. And I do it over and over again every day. Who knows why? Who knows why I would subject myself to this? I'm the sickest, craziest person in the room.
Yes, you are. You're welcome.
While I insult everyone else, I always have to come back to that realization. Right. The biggest fool in the room. I'm the sickest. I'm the craziest. I'm the most self-sabotaging, sadistic, and masochistic. I'm probably a fraud. Now that I really come to think of it, Mitchell might have been onto something this whole time, and I really didn't want to look at it. I might just be grifting here even. Now that I've come to enlighten all these aspects of self. Daddy's going,
no
okay,
way you can
this is
compare,
perfect.
Sorry, I can't even speak. There's no way you can care about these people. I mean,
that's you.
That is you. You don't care about anyone.
I don't. I'm a learned sociopath.
Okay. What do you got, Broken System? And then we got to get to cop shooting citizen slaves at some point. That's what everyone's really waiting for. They don't want to hear this fucking jibber jabber.
Well, and unfortunately, I have been unable to keep up with what's going on, but everything is resolved on my end. Apparently, I have a roof over my head for the night. I know everybody was concerned. Thank you for the concern.
Yeah, I actually wasn't. He had to remind me to be concerned for my public image, so I tried it out.
Anyways, so the restreaming is back in effect until the broadcast, I guess.
Perfect. Now that's what I was concerned about. The fact that I wouldn't have access to a second audience. You not having a shelter, that's your problem. You created that. Why should another audience suffer though because of the problems you created and not have access to me? You see?
And if anything
that
goes
was where
wrong
my concern was located.
Yeah, if anything goes wrong next time, I'm relocating to Mitchell's van. We're using that as the Cop Watch tour bus, and we're getting groupies in the back seat, Mitchell.
Women.
We'll go pick up Freeman. We'll go pick him up.
Yeah, the local YMCA is closed on Martin Luther King Day, so no boys for you.
The park's open still.
All right.
What did I do? What did I do?
It's what you didn't do, right? That's what they oftentimes will say. What did I do? It's what you didn't do.
Yeah, and I like Broken Scrotum, Broken Taint. That's a pretty good one. Broken Scrotum, Bitch Tits is my favorite. Still number one is Broken Scrotum, Bitch Tits. Then I've heard, Babbling Sovtard, Broken Tooth. I mean, like, the list goes on and on. Feel free to put in your own bullshit acronym you want. Maybe I'll put it up as a number one, but Broken Scrotum, Broken Taint is probably number 3 or 5 on the list right now. Top 10. Solid top 10.
Yeah, I'm already crafting my own nickname for you. I just have to get the letters right. Yeah, after this broadcast, you're going to have another one of those to contend with. And I'm going to make it good, too. Give me some time on that. Shawnosaurus, do you have anything yet, sir?
I think there's a delay, a lag, but I'm just, this is more of a test.
There is. That's why you're still living at your mother's house. There's a delay and a lag. I've been telling you to catch up.
Correct. But see, that's the thing. It's like, everyone's like, man, why don't you move out and just get as many, start to accrue as many bills as possible and just go more and more into debt. So by the time you're in your 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, you think you have this vision of like a retirement and a pension and all this, only to find out that they don't even give it to you. They don't give you the
only to find out you're Jack Talcott. Right. I get what you're saying.
Right.
See, and that's the thing.
Or you
right?
got metal, particulates in your brain and you got dementia.
Pioneer, please. I'm solving your problems right now. You're not listening. Too busy complaining again, as always. It's what you do best. Complaining, interrupting. So why are you not inviting Jack Talcott to your house, aka your mother's house, and filming a special there? Right? See, first of all, she's already lost all hope for you being successful in any way. So she's thrown that away completely. She has no expectations at this point. That means you could probably get whatever you want out of her in that house. Use that damn house, invite Jack Talcott over there, or you need to take a trip, go to Spokane, move in with him and bring a camera, and you can shoot an on-the-ground special portion for what we do here. You can make yourself useful, bring value and content, and you might hit it big. It might be the next HBO after hours presentment, right? Marquee, front line, front and center, big time. You hearing me? You getting what I'm saying here?
Or Skinamax. I'll be part of Skinamax.
Hank, please. We're trying to bring an audience, not drive them away. We're going to show Jack Talcott naked.
Trump would watch it.
Skinamax. The skin a minimum, huh? All right, I'm reaching there. When it comes to Skinamax, you want a minimum when it relates to Jack Talcott. Quite frankly, when it comes to myself as well. See here. Texas officers take control of Park and Eagle Pass. I don't know why they're doing that. Mitchell was found urinating and defecating there, so the feds had to come in. You're not in Texas, are you, Mitchell? All right.
Stopping them from patrolling and launching boats into the Rio Grande in that area. That's where we find our John Paul Barajas. All right, John Paul, a lot going on down there. What are you seeing on the ground in Eagle Pass right now?
Steve, Ursula, well, the big topic right here is this is the entrance to Shelby Park, and typically you wouldn't see fences up there, but the state put those up days ago, and you can see there's also military Humvees and Texas National Guard members manning the gate, and that's what local officials here have an issue with. There's only Texas state personnel here, not a single Border Patrol agent on the premises. So the Justice Department is stepping in and filing an injunction to get the Supreme Court to intervene so federal agents can come back to the park. Border Patrol agents tried to launch their boat into the Rio Grande from here, as they typically do, but were denied access to the boat ramp. Border Patrol also says it can't use the staging area at the park where they evaluate and process migrants. The DOJ filing says, quote, the boat ramp that Texas has blocked off is the only safe and operationally practical boat ramp with access to the relevant portion of the river, end quote. This is what both the Eagle Pass mayor and the Maverick County sheriff had to say on the issue.
This is not something that the city wanted, requested, asked for. He made it clear that this is the state and that they have the legal authority to do that. Of course, our legal team is looking into the actions taken by the states.
Closing that area, Shelby Park, like making it to a kind of like a fort, something like that. To me, it's very unusual.
Yeah. What are they planning for?
Now, the governor
These
has
fucking
said that
clowns want to talk about a legal right and authority. You don't. It's called checks and balances. If you do something untoward that is bizarre and potentially criminal or fraudulent, you don't. I know this is strange. States have a right, they think, to just do whatever they want. They just go, states' rights. They do whatever they want. No, you can't, actually. Right? Feds can't just do whatever the fuck they want. States can't just do whatever they want. Locals, no, it doesn't work that way. Okay, there's some rubric you have to conform to here, right? Some foundational principle, ideology, philosophy. I know it's difficult. Hank is gifting. Thank you, Hank. He says, "Scam me, daddy." So he's the type where I'm going to scam him, and he's going to love every minute of it. Okay, and that's what makes this relationship work. Good using relationship, like Talcott said. Lewis, what do you got, sir?
I wanted to know when I did my little I am not an animal thing.
Absolutely.
Did you
Absolutely, I approved.
Did you see, because I went and rewatched it to see how much of an idiot I looked like. And in the end, it wasn't terrible. But if you look carefully, you'll see Jack at a certain point when he realizes that he thinks I'm serious about it. At first he's questioning, right? This guy's fucking with me. Then I come up a little harder and, I bring in the Leslie thing yeah, I'm too pimped on to be, by a woman and blah, blah. And
But then you started to degenerate into like Montana, right? Like, what have I become? What have you started to slide into Tony Montana in the bathtub.
So then at a certain point when he realized that I was possibly breaking on Paulie, you just see this, right? See, he's like this, and then he goes like this. That fucking smirk comes out.
That's you.
That was you. He didn't do that. You did that. See? You can't get him on anything because that's you.
And the fucking
we've seen that phenomenon over and over again. Once they ascertain that someone might be like gonna support them and shit on me, they start to warm up real quick.
Oh yeah.
That should be okay. That's the new simulation. I want everybody with the daddy name who gets blocked in chat because they don't know who you are. I want you to go up on panel and I want you to just start off a story how because I could tell everyone right now, and like 30 minutes from now they'll completely forget and they'll get totally wrapped up like goldfish. They forgot where they just were and what happened. I want someone to go up there. You're going to be the wild card today because we're going to invade again. I think I'm going to invade. I'm going to do an extra hour today. Why not? It's not really an invasion. It's a co-creation. They see it as an invasion because they're very hypersensitive, triggered beta people. But I want someone to go up there, or maybe a few folks, and just start right off with, I can't believe this fucking kid, this fat slob over there, right? I can't believe what he's doing. He's culting. He's abusing people. And people are like gifting him for it. It's obscene. And then like get them all like into it and riled up, and then just reveal to them, break it to them that actually you were just bullshitting and they sucked and that you enjoy who and what I am and what I do. That could be kind of fun, huh, Lewis? Because they don't trust you. They can't. We need an outside element, like if a woman could do it. We need a woman.
They won't be taken by me again, I don't think.
Yeah, we need a honeypot. We need a woman who can like go up there.
Let's play Agent Smith again.
Like Lindsay. We should reinsert Lindsay, even though she won't come up here anymore, but she's everywhere else still. She's comfortable with the betas. But we should get her to play along and insert her.
Did you hear Lindsay at the end when I let that freaking loser big nose thing guy with the cum dripping off his nose? And then I start going like this and I go, yeah, right, that's true. She starts laughing in the back.
She loves it. She loves it. That's the thing that I love/hate about this game is all these goofy broads love it. They love to play. They love to mix it up. It interests them. It makes them laugh. It excites them. And then they got to resume that politically correct positioning, that weak shit. Fucking let it go. You're not currying any favor points with the force of creation by bullshitting yourself and everyone else around you. Quite the opposite.
Kind of like Mitchell. Okay? Kind of like Mitchell, right?
I don't know. That's kind of like you.
That's you.
Saying.
That is you.
See, in order to recognize aspects of other people's personality and self, you have to recognize that within self. Right? So that's kind of the problem we have going on here. A lot of people recognizing a lot of shit in other people, supposedly, not so much in themselves, and making sense of what it all means.
I got fucking frostbite, damn it.
I know you're really confused about that. Something tried to actually bite you for once. I mean, you're always constantly eating everything else in sight. Did you hear the confusion in his voice? Oh my God, something tried to bite me, the frost. Yeah, that's nature trying to get back at you for being a gluttonous pig and eating everything in sight. The frost has bitten you back.
It's having to deal with my
spirit of the frost. Keep cool, fuck slave.
My tenant's fuckery. He fucking unplugged the heater in the well house, froze up all my fucking shit. Now I couldn't get it going. I just spent fucking 3 hours trying to get everything going. And it's coming off his fucking rent, son of a bitch.
Dude, you were on here yesterday bragging about having $5 million worth of value and you're still chinsing on your fucking family for an extra few dollars. You're the lowest piece of shit I've ever met. Besides Jack Talcott.
No, he's a landlord. That's what they do.
And again, I know it just comes normal for you. No, he's not a landlord. He's Italian. And Italians think they're landlords. They think they're businessmen. They think they're ladies' men. They think they're everything they're not. What they usually are at the end of the day is alone and annoyed. Go ahead.
In my defense, I am what you call property rich, cash poor.
Yeah, I've heard the same thing from Aluma Tommy. And then we did the Cribs episode, and he was in a cardboard box in downtown Denver. Okay, so I never believe when folks tell me they're rich but not liquid, like they can't pay for a Sizzler steak. Cut the bullshit. It's this and that.
Actually,
You're broke. You're broke. If we go to the strip club and you got to throw some ones on these hoes, you're broke because they don't take pierogies there.
listen, actually, now since Patricia left, at the end of every month,
Here we go. Ever since I threw everyone in the house that I loved out, I have an extra $35.50 a month, so we could go. And I go, Lou, I don't want to go anymore. Look, now he's showing $4. That's not even real money. What is that? Oh, yeah, you're on Canada. I forgot. Were they even more ridiculous in the games they play and pretend? Look what he's holding up. He's literally holding up yellow Monopoly money.
Listen,
because ever since I threw out my whole family, I have an extra few pieces of yellow Monopoly money.
Come on, man.
You are grotesque.
This is what real money looks like, Luigi.
Please, that's
not what real money looks like. The real money I have is hidden, so nobody can get to it, and I'm not going to go get it. But it clanks around, and it's got a metallic look to it.
Right.
If you think you can get it, come and get it. Come get
This is the real money right here, okay?
That's what I was gonna say. My real
Right
money
here.
is right here. That is me.
That is not you. I need one that says that is not you. Can we get Talcott to say that is not you?
Probably.
Well, the reality of it is everybody has their gold, and the problem is, as the intro said the other day, getting folks to hold it. Ironically enough, instead of hating on you, you have to reveal they have their own gold, and then get them to hold it themselves because they want to give it away to other people to hold, or they don't want to recognize they possess it.
I'm literally wearing gold as armor, so
That's why Slow State bought that big chunk of silver. I contend that he knows he can't just spend it readily. Like, you need little pieces of silver to buy anything. He bought that big one because he knows he can't spend it, and he knows that he's not able to put anything away for a rainy day or to save anything. So he buys this big chunk of silver knowing he can't spend it.
Right. He's like the guy who, when he has the drug addiction, spends $2,000 on a generator, knowing he's going to pawn it a year later and has no reason for a generator. It just gives him a way to have a large piece of drug money value sitting around in another form that he can't use readily.
I used to do that shit. That's why I know. I used to do that.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is it's the difference between white knuckling and tricking yourself out of position versus becoming the value and then generating that and using it and directing it appropriately. So, yeah, it's comes out of, in a way, a fear of what now?
I didn't say anything.
He's saying something.
Oh,
okay. What's up, Peter? How'd it go?
That's what you do.
Take
out the garbage. You don't keep the trash. You don't do anything.
Take out the garbage. I did do the litter. What?
The garbage. I took out the garbage. You did not take out.
Oh, I mean the litter. My bad.
No. Kind of a feet in a cat. And we're still boulders in there from this morning.
Take the garbage out, you lazy piece of shit.
Yeah, I'm streaming.
We just heard the whole thing. We just heard the whole thing. Mrs. Penile Power. I'm sorry, Mrs. Penile Power. Your son's a real piece of shit. I agree with you. I've been telling him. Telling him for months and years at this point. You fucking scumbag. You got that woman taking out garbage and doing all that fucking work around the house. You sit around like a lump. You don't do nothing. You don't even fucking broadcast. And then you want to play the victim on here? Yeah, go ahead and laugh. Real funny, isn't it? Your mother's fucking dejected. She's depressed. She's all alone there. She gets no help and no support. And then you got some bullshit excuse. Whatever, Mom. I'll take the fucking garbage out later. I'm a procrastinating, lazy piece of shit. Don't come on camera. You got horrible internet. Get out of my face. I don't want to look at you. Neither does your mother. How dare you insult that woman after everything she's been through? You're supposed to be the man of the house.
We have the same headphones.
Here he goes. There he goes. He won at Chuck E. Cheese recently.
Yeah,
I finally hit the stop the light on the arrow game. Finally hit.
Or skee ball. You good at skee ball?
Bitch, yours are 20s. Look. These are not
I finally
20s.
figured out what that piano teacher wanted with me. And look what I got.
These are not 20s. See the number? See the number?
10.
All right. You know what? When did this become like some
Can I do one of
knockoff,
these?
some
Hold on,
really
hold on.
bad knockoff of
Hold
like
on, let me
MTV
do it.
VH1, where the most
Always has
brokest and poorest, confused people are now flashing cash like that means
I did
something.
it.
Always has been, Paul.
Pineal.
That's what you do. Put
Pineal,
yourself
you
up.
want to invest in a tiny house?
Hold on, numbers are going up. Keep showing money. You're pulling in more worldly, materialistic, shallow slaves with no purpose. Keep showing shit.
You want
I don't have any.
in a tiny
Do I
house?
have anything around here? I don't have any. I'm poor and broke. I don't have anything. I can't show anything. You guys show value and get the numbers up. There you go. I'll show weed. How about weed? They're into weed too. Look, I got weed.
I would like to
Weed.
invest in a shot in a.
Look, there's money in weed. Well, if we had some pussy up here, pineal powers here. But I meant, you know what I meant.
Mitchell's here too.
You got trail.
We could really get this broadcast going to the next level. I don't know what that is. Some kind of kibble. So you're eating dog kibble. That's good.
Yep.
It's D's. It's D's.
John, I just filled up your bowl. Please take the garbage out. No, Mom. I'll do it tomorrow.
Fuck, I had a big chunk of hash here. I can't find it.
Whatever, Lou. No one cares. Okay?
I don't
It's
care
over.
about the hash browns.
Let it go. Much like your life, it's over and you need to let it go.
Are you going to Let It Go from Frozen now?
Lewis, are you going to include me in your will for the $5 million non-liquid you got after all I've done for you and helped you? Do I get a place in your will? As a reverend? Are you going to tithe to the Church of Unslavia? It's only right. I mean,
When I sell my property, there might be something for you.
all right.
I haven't decided.
There you
yet.
go. I just kind of like the idea of once Lou dies, I get to show up at the Bastogne, the Bastogne meeting. They go, "What's that guy doing here?" I go, "It's a long story, but let's get down to things, okay? How much is his old bully boy been cut in on?" Yeah, that would be a fascinating part of the movie to write.
Look at that,
Mitchell would be
baby.
really pissed at that. If there was people all over this land that wrote me into their will, and I had to just show up all over the nation, for will readings, collecting, he's so angry about that.
Looks pretty good.
His own family won't write him into a will, but other people's family will.
Listen,
You would never forgive me for that.
Who's
I just
the
want the Red
executor,
Wing cat.
please? I'm here. Who's the executor?
Hold on, we got another ladies' man here. Tommy's here. Women just got wet in the panties with that imagery, huh? Mitchell, you're not saying anything. You're very quiet lately. What's up with that?
I'm fucking stoned to the bone. I think I'm gonna go get some
This
coffee.
is what he does. He gets catatonic and can't say anything, and then he's going to come down and go off on everybody.
Call for me first. Do me
We got to
first.
move on here. Pure insanity. Botic, Bitcoin ETF. I'm not into it. I don't care. Not in this moment. It's going to be big, but I don't care right now. What else? Pretty much it. Oh, make or break. Wasn't that in here somewhere? Where's my make or break? There it is.
Well, hold on. While you're watching for that, I just want to know, going back to the showing up to everybody's will, how are you going to, you're going to have to qualify this before you just agree to show up everywhere. You got to make sure you're getting at least in the black and not in the red as far as going there. If you're just getting $20, it wouldn't.
No, yeah, these people know. These people wouldn't embarrass and insult me like that. They know that I'm a very important, valuable, and busy man. So they know that I don't get out of bed for less than a certain amount of value. I mean, come on. We're grifting here. Trust us. We own truth. The whole deal.
I have a question. How do wheels work when I fake my death?
Can you do me a favor? Because now I'm not.
I'm not going to get into that, Hank. You're always trying to get into something deviant and illegal, and I'm starting to think you might be the first black agent sent in here.
Hey,
try to undo me because they know that I like black people and I grew up with them, and you may be trying to get me with questions like that. Hey, how do we fake my own death and get you a fake will? I can't answer that. That's illegal. See, you're not going to get me with that. Go ahead, Sean, a source.
Pump might be burnt.
I got a mean lag.
He's back there yelling at his family. Man, I got to get rid of you guys. You guys are too much. And we got other stuff that I got to go to Slave Cots at some point here, and we got to bring the whole gorilla tribe over there. Right? We got a whole room of daddies and iterations of daddy that we have to bring over there to see how they're going to deal with it again tonight. We're going to do the simulation.
We were just there yesterday, though.
Yeah, I know. We're looping. Life is a loop within a loop. It's the mandala.
Do they know about the collusion you're doing with Jack? Maybe not. Maybe we shouldn't.
You realize that we also did philosophy and breaking news and whatever the fuck else we were talking about yesterday and the day before that and the day before that?
Yep.
Okay. Lewis showing us some really bad weed. Like dirt.
Very legal there.
Oh.
It's very legal in Canada.
Wow. Anything that looks like that is legal everywhere. There's barely any fucking THC in it.
Not
worried
the
about anything
THC
happening.
is high, but what the problem is, that's my mother's weed. She takes
The
the fucking
THC is
buds,
high, but your testosterone is low. That's the problem.
She takes the buds and she crushes them up. I go, why
Yeah,
you
well, what the
doing
hell is that? Who wants ground up weed?
I said, why you do that? She says, oh, it fits in the bag better.
It's just more Italian logic. Instead of her getting a second bag, she's going to save a second bag and ground up all the weed ahead of time and dry it out, ruin the oil.
But bags of damn
But
cheap.
it's not, it's pretty strong, that shit. I can't smoke a lot of that. This is the weak stuff my friend bought me. I can smoke a whole joint of this.
All right, let's see. Okay, Slave Cot Don, we're going to have to get over there. Visual. It's happening again. And I got my that is you.
Period, especially trying to turn on a feather in white paint or something. It's just like, no.
Oh, I'm already done. I'm already like ready to check out.
Yeah, I drive two vehicles, and like I have a phobia against having like payments, so I don't really have a nice car, but I've got like a small fleet of shitty cars. So
Like every
one of
piece
them
of
usually
white
always
trash.
runs,
Yeah, we
which
know.
is good, but they're like 20 years old. But I feel comfortable doing just about
My
everything.
whole
that I
lawn
need to
is
do to
filled
keep it
with
running.
shitty cars. We could have figured.
Jeff and his dogs.
Thanks to YouTube.
I never go anywhere, but I have a lawn full of shitty cars.
Yeah, I've got a Cadillac that.
Here we go. He's another
needs a
one.
new engine, and
Oh, is it a North Star?
no, it's fuck, I don't even remember what it is. It's a long story. I got it for $300. It's a long story, but the guy was trying to rip me off for $300. But I played the Uno card on him and ended up actually buying the car off him that he didn't think that he was going to sell for $300.
Play the reversal, huh?
Whoa!
You just have to be a little bit alert to see some of these traps coming. But
Still got him.
I mean, I've got the catalytic converters with it too, so I mean, those are worth.
That's probably $300 right there.
More than that. But it's an SUV.
Drop it then.
Where'd that picture go? Anyways, it's got a rod thrown, and I listed it for sale just as is, but I haven't sold it yet. So my girlfriend wants it. Dude, that's mine. Like, well, I don't know about all that. I think I'm gonna try to sell it as is, so I don't have to replace a fucking engine.
I taught myself how to drive a manual transmission. I think it was right before COVID. I was driving by a junkyard, and there was this old piece of shit Saturn sitting out front, and it had a for sale sign on it for like it was $450.
Nice.
So, but I didn't know how to drive a stick, so I mean they weren't gonna like teach me there. So I looked up a YouTube video and ended up driving it home.
I mean, that's probably still what I would do if I bought a stick shift, because I haven't driven one in years, and I never did get really used to it. My grandpa let me learn on his Corvette.
Holy shit!
Yeah, I mean, he was just gripping the edge of his fucking seat the whole time, and it was
God.
You know, we're in a cemetery too, and I'm just like barely, I barely got out of first gear, but he's like, all right, that's enough, get out.
Oh, I stalled that car like 6 or 7 times and grinded gears and.
Why can't you make
it took me a minute.
content
It
like
took me a
this,
minute,
Paul?
man. I definitely made some mistakes along the way, but I
Yeah,
definitely
really,
got
Paul.
home. So I guess that's the most important part. But I love driving that car so much, and I drove it to the engine block through a rod or it cracked. But the next car, when I buy another car, I'm going to be looking
Hurry
for
up,
a
Paul.
stick shift, man.
Really?
All you have
Oh
is
yeah,
a
I love
Toyota
driving it.
with
So
no
it was such a
brakes.
piece of shit though, so ugly.
Lewis,
and falling
please.
apart, and the car was half plastic.
God damn it,
was an old,
Lou. You're gonna fucking make comments. You go over there at this point. You don't yell over we can't hear you. We don't understand what you're saying. And they obviously, they don't need help over there. I mean, they're doing a great broadcast. It's very information dense and entertaining as well. But
You
maybe
can't
you
do
could
a
go.
broadcast like that.
I can't. And that's why I'm a little bit jealous and envious and I'm hating on them. I want their audience. I can't do what they do, but I want the audience. Okay? So maybe get over there. Could you get over there and promote or something? So we can get some. Come on, man. Get on. You and others can go right now and you can go up there with your name like they do with the @ symbol and promote this channel so we can get some audience off them. No, and I can't do what they do.
They won't let me in
Why not?
because Jack's a chicken shit.
No, you're
They let
lying.
me
You
in all
didn't
the
go over
time.
there. You're fucking lying, Lou.
You can get in.
I think
Paul
You
I-
can
was
get in.
yesterday.
No, you can get in if you wanted to.
I
What
think
the hell
I
is
blew
this?
my fucking last load with Jack on the last one.
Bullshit.
All right. Well, I'm going to put the link down and then someone can go over there and maybe try to promote so we can get some more audience here because, yeah, I'm probably never going to be able to do what they do. And I have to accept that. But there's no reason that we can't kind of use the audience, like how they do. Right, Lou? Am I right about this?
I hear you.
All right, let's get back to that.
There's a 98 Saturn SC2. It looked like a Ford Probe, but shittier and made of plastic.
My ex-wife got I had a 99 Honda Accord, and she got that in the divorce, which,
that's a primo car.
it's like an $800 car, but if I've been divorced 10 years now, I would still be driving on the same tank of gas if I had gotten that car.
Yeah, you know what? That's possible, maybe. But the Accords are excellent vehicle. I have an Accord too. It's a 2004. But you gotta get the 4 cylinders if you get the Accord, because the 6 cylinders, every single one of them,
Don't
the
make
transmission
Daddy
goes out
proud,
at about 200,000
Abba.
miles.
We need our rainbow
Okay.
shaman.
I got
over
about
there. Don't make me
350,000
proud.
miles on my Accord. I've got about almost 400,000 miles on my van. It's a Toyota, and that's
Wow.
still running, man. I mean, all the seats and everything were destroyed, so I use it as like a scrap truck. Like I carry shit in it all the time. So, but it actually looks nice on the outside, but the inside is completely destroyed.
That's a lot of fucking miles.
Hell yeah, it is. It actually, my sister bought that van brand new in 2006, and she raised her kids through it and gave it to my other sister, and she raised her kids through it, and then I bought it from her. And I've had it now for like 6 or 7 years. But yeah, it's a fucking Toyota makes excellent vehicles. I think most people already know that, but
Yeah, we've got a 2014 Camry. Yeah.
This is really
It's
good.
not even
car
close to
talk,
mileage
huh?
to that
This is
mileage.
riveting
but,
shit.
Oh,
I'm
Nerds.
engaged.
Nerds.
I like talking about cars.
I'm invested in
I think we
engaged
need more of
drama
it.
slot.
It's good for
Ooh.
people's soul.
Flow State's a little drama
yeah,
slot.
you know, and you can always draw metaphors between other topics, between like we do with video games. Cars get you where you need to be, so you got to take care of them and whatnot. Just like you got to take care of yourself.
Well, and I think I like, to an extent, it's a creative outlet. I mean, for me, it is like I aftermarket part my trucks and stuff and do all that stuff. And so it's sort of a creative endeavor. And I think that people are never happier than when they're being creative.
That nobody's ever seen him with another chick.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think that's why I kind of enjoy clicking around on video editing stuff I've been trying to do, but not very good at it yet. But as technical as I've always been, and like in with my IT jobs and that, like I never thought I would ever stream anything on the internet, because I always thought, why do people do that?
Yeah. I'm gonna
You
give
better
you a
be.
little hint to stay cool with me, because I
Okay.
know you're busy. You got a lot of trees to cut down. You got dogs to take care of.
Whoops.
Video games,
Sorry,
since I got
Tom,
into
that was
video editing.
Tom, I
And Flow
interrupted
States just could talk over me. Jax could just
That's you.
talk over me. But listen, Jeff, when you say
That's
Red
you.
Dead Redemption was the first installment,
That's you.
you're neglecting Red Dead Revolver.
Revolver.
And I don't know how you followed Red Dead Redemption without going, what are they talking about? What was the first one? Because it was Red Dead Revolver.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely
Tread lightly,
right.
sir. You're a cool man. Tread lightly.
Red Dead Revolver was the first installment of the Red Dead series. He is absolutely right.
Well,
I would actually like to bring the panel back to something I care about. Can we talk about the future instead of games or collection of old memories and cars? Seriously.
yeah, take it, lead it.
Well, the future, sharing a dream, recognizing the day. Today, the recognition of the birth Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. I'm not so much into the man as I am the concept and the ideas of his dream, a dream of a better world, a world where humanity actually cares about one another.
I like the
Yeah,
dad.
that'd be nice. We stop having all these fucking wars and everybody wanting to fucking kill each other.
It's possible. It simply requires us, the people who are not involved in the wars, not directing the wars, but those who object to the wars, simply requires us to come together and share those intentions.
Yeah, the challenge is the military-industrial complex has built a machine up around itself that it doesn't need our support nor our approval to do any of its own will.
Right. But that's kind of a problem that I see.
Absolutely.
And I think we can address it. I mean, because the military industrial complex, it got its feet, it's got its strength through man's laws. The laws that were written into being by our legislators. I don't know. Hey, welcome, Rat Blood, and got a Dr. Ake here.
Jack, thank you for letting me up on the panel. Apparently, there is an issue with the condition of my children and Tommy's observation of this. Now, Tommy, being the righteous Christian crusader he is, needs to answer for a couple things, and I would love a platform for him to have to do that. Flo, Jack, anybody? He won't come to mind.
He won't answer to anything either.
That's
Yeah, he's got a Rage Monday today. It's Monday,
you.
so he should be doing a Rage Monday.
He may
Well, he's been in here
but
times.
yeah, I seen him. I tried to catch him. You know, you can come after me all you want, and you can say what you want about me. I take it in stride. But when you add my daughter and my son in this, well, that's taking a really low swipe at a person.
That's
one
you.
that doesn't seem very Christian to me.
What am I?
Especially from what? What am I? The Satanist? Isn't that right?
That's you.
Isn't that what I'm considered?
That's
according to him, you, Hank, Jeff, and some days me.
Right.
And some days Jack.
Right.
Some days you.
Some days me and some days Jack.
But anyone except Tommy, really.
Well,
let's be honest.
Tommy is apparently the only one who's true.
Oh,
in, as a Christian.
And he's the only one who has God's permission to say "God damn," by the way, which I thought was an interesting claim.
Oh,
Well, I have the ability to say goddess damn. I got permission to say that. Like I have multiple goddesses, so there.
Is that
there, Tommy?
You know, can I
can I ask which god is he damning?
Who knows? Hey,
you can ask him.
Rat Blood,
I mean, if you're gonna goddamn, what, Jack? I'm not trying to cause you any grief. I'm not trying to cause any problem. I'm just communicating with the people here.
Absolutely, I understand that, and I appreciate it. I'm wondering though, is there another option? Okay, because I don't know the details of what you've been dealing with. I know you and your family have been tested. You're going through a lot of shit right now on your own journey.
No.
Okay. Well,
that's you. My son is being tested.
Yep.
My patience is being tried. Right. My daughter is in Colorado. She's doing great. My mother is financing a child-minded adult, my son, to the point where she's depleting all of her retirement and finances on lawyers, commissary, books. And when this was brought to her attention, she did anything a good pay by the week Christian does, ran to the church and declared everybody's a devil, and now it is what it is. I had to wash my hands of that situation.
okay. What I was trying to get at is,
And
okay.
No, go ahead,
interrupt.
Jack. Please,
If
you're fine, Jack. Please. No, I'm good. Go ahead.
What I heard you asking for is you'd like to have a space where you can try and bring resolve to some of these claims that have been made against you with Tommy. That's what I understood at first. And I think what Flo is saying with Tommy, it's real hard to get him to be compelled to do anything. So I understand.
Well, I have backdoor access to Tommy. Not only do I have backdoor access to Tommy, I have information. Not only do I have information, I have exchange of information. As a matter of fact, I can take this to the point where if Tommy rears his fucking head, he's going to look like the laughing stoop of YouTube.
Because you're going to go in his back door?
He probably like that.
Oh, man.
Sounds heavy.
I hope you used extra lube then.
You guys know exactly who I am and what I do. And if I show up, it's probably not for a very good reason.
I don't think I actually do.
I don't either.
I have no idea who you are.
I have an idea, but I know why you're here.
I mean, the way that you said that makes me think that maybe I don't.
That's fine. Either way.
Sorry, I'm going to interrupt for just a moment. We'll swing right back. Lou, I see you in the back. I saw the empty words you offered in the chat, and I trust that you're still a liar. You're still a clown. And I believe Paul's probably watching.
That's you.
And so that combined with your arrival, Lou, tells me that you're not worth my time.
That's you.
So go ahead and enjoy the rest of your day.
That's you.
And you're not coming up today, okay?
Oh man.
Sorry. Go ahead. These people.
Oh man.
See? When people don't raise their children right, we end up with adults like this around.
That's you.
Uh-oh.
Well, we treat the adults like children then.
That's you.
What's that?
Then we treat the adults like children.
That's you. Oh, come on, bro. You're a child yourself, man. You got a child heart. I see it.
I'm gonna stay young. I like
Absolutely.
that back. We are all children. I'll accept that. We are all children of
Yeah.
the Most High. However, by the time someone reaches the age of Lou or Paul or Tommy, Snafu, by the time someone reaches these ages, they should have some emotional maturity, some level of
Right, Hank?
Yeah,
Hey, I like Hank.
No,
Come
you're
on.
wrong.
Come
Am I
on.
wrong? How am I wrong?
Leave
Hank?
Hank. Leave Hank.
Maturity is overrated. I mean, we
Get him,
had
Hank.
multiple.
Hank loves it when
presidents with
people
no
come at
maturity.
him.
We have multiple presidents with no maturity. We don't need it anymore. It's fake news. We don't need to be mature.
I like Hank's childish approach to life and metaphysics, and how that comes across in social media. I've watched you for a while, Hank, and
That's
I consider you to be one of my more favorite characters. Flo, man, you're too common, man. To my notion, you cater to the common person, the working class. I'm more esoteric, omniscient, spiritual, metaphysical. And Jack, I get your message, brother. I haven't had too
Is this
bad
Gen
words
X
to
Jeff's
say
dad?
about you.
Thank you, my friend.
And the other two, I'm not sure who's up here with me. I can't see very good anymore.
Hank gets it, man.
Jeff and his dogs and Dr. Ale, I guess, are the other two guys.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I don't know who they are. Well,
Yeah,
I'm
Dr.
Axis Rat Blood.
Yes.
That's
Hey,
you.
And actually, welcome. Dr. Ake, I don't think I've seen you before. Have I?
Good morning, Jack. It's about 8 o'clock Tuesday morning. I'm in Western Australia, and I'm
fabulous.
going through. It's drizzling outside at the moment, so it's not very much fun outside. So I thought I'd have a look in here. I've got quite a big case coming up. I'm actually going into the police station at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning to confess, because the cops came and raided me, 6 armed policemen in 3 vehicles from 2 states or counties or whatever. And they seized 30 plants that I used for helping people that are suffering. And like an idiot, I denied I knew anything about it, and it was on my property. I've got 100 acres here that's not really mine, but I occupy it. Anyway, it's a terrible feeling when you have to lie to somebody to protect yourself.
I agree.
Well,
bummer,
it's
man.
better than telling the truth in jail.
I don't know, dude. That sucks. So recently you were raided. They took some plants, and tomorrow you're going to deal with it. Is that what I understood from you?
Well, the first time when they came and took the plants, they arrested me. They seized my telephone, but after I lied enough, they unarrested me and gave me back my phone. And then 3 days later, they came again with another warrant. And these warrants they bring, I got blacked out sections. It's not signed by a justice, and there's no name on it. And I said, there's not much information on that piece of paper. And they said, oh, well, that's a copy. And the copy's been redacted or whatever. And I said, where's the original? Oh, we don't take the original from the office. Anyways, but they took me back into the office and they processed me, and I made a statement and they let me go. But I was lying in quite a few instances to protect myself. But I phoned them back. I phoned them. I've been trying to phone them for the last 2 days, and it's very hard to get through. They got all these fucking computerized telephones that make you wait for hours before you get to anybody.
So
I'm
why
sorry,
are you
I'm
going to
rambling.
confess?
Because I took 2 days trying to be able to phone this guy, and I know his first name, and he's a sergeant. He's a sergeant, and he's actually quite an old. He's been a police officer for more than 25 years, so he's old school. Yeah, when I eventually got through to him, and I said I would like an appointment to come in and talk to you, and he says, "Why?" And I said, "Because I'd like to confess." Oh, he was quite upset and thinking that somebody's been pressuring me or threatening me and I'm trying to protect somebody and all this sort of stuff. And I said, no, I find it harder to live with telling a lie than being prosecuted for telling the truth.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, there's a little more honor in one than the other. I'm sorry.
I don't know that I agree. There's more honor in being a martyr for your own, weird fixation.
But can't you honor your family more by staying out of jail?
Exactly.
What's the politics like where you're at?
Australia, that's not a good place. I've heard a lot of
Yeah,
corruption.
because
I don't mean to speak here.
Right.
Go ahead and answer. That's what I'd heard a lot. You got a mess there.
kind of like
Is
the
that
states.
I heard worse.
That's you. Basically, over my lifetime, I'm 75 now. Basically, over my lifetime, I've just seen the establishment get more and more radical and ridiculous. I mean, I'm going to go to court if they want to take me to court. I'll go to court. I'll go to jail. I don't really care. Listen, when I was a bloody teenager back in Britain, I used to do such dangerous things. And even after that, you see my little promo there, my little picture? That's me flying my home-built ultralight over the coastline just down the road from here. Anyway, the last time I was in hospital, one of my mates came in and he says, "That's 9. You can't go any longer. That's 9. You've had 9 lives." Anyway, I remembered back when I was about 50, I thought, look, I'm never going to live to be 60. So I made a sort of a pledge in the back of my mind that if I ever got to 72, I'll do whatever God tells me from then on.
And so now you're 75 and he's told you to commit suicide by jail.
Stop. Well,
I mean, I'm sorry. It's dumb. It's totally dumb. Yeah, you're gonna go martyr yourself to the system for some principle that doesn't work because all they're gonna do is make money by locking you up.
That's assuming the
living
worst,
off
and I
of
understand
older women, giving you large
perception
chunks of cash.
It seems that way.
Guess
Now,
what?
This is an
You're fraud.
interesting. Most times, especially until recently, I would be just like everyone else, saying that's why. Why would you? And I'm still inclined to question why. What? I'm not sure I see the benefit of going forward into that. However, what you just said about perhaps trusting your
You guys are
path,
fucking
standing on what
pathetic.
is true.
Beyond pathetic.
I'd be interested in knowing more of the details. I mean, not necessarily like this, but you got an interesting situation there.
Yeah, well,
your
tomorrow
choice-
morning.
Go ahead.
Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, I'm going in there and I'm going to see the sergeant and I'm going to try and talk to him as a man, not as an officer. I'm trying to get him alone. There's 2 guys there. There's the sergeant. They're level 3. And he asked me at one stage, why am I doing this? And I asked him how many superiors he had above him. And he said there's probably about 3 or 4 layers above him in superiority. And he's responsible for this and so on. And he's 3rd level, okay? He's a sergeant. Now, I told him, I said, I don't even want to try and explain why I'm doing what I'm doing to anybody below level 7, because I'm level 9. I only admit to God, the creator above me. I'm a direct creation.
Yeah, so you're gonna put this. You're gonna try to talk to the sergeant man to man, and you're gonna put him in a position where he has to choose between you and his career. And if he's the man, if he does not want to lock you up, he's gonna not want you to talk to him at all. He's gonna want to not be in that position.
That's you.
I don't believe that. No.
I
Listen,
happen. Whoa. I happen to agree with Flo on that. Some of the worst things that I'd done that were noticed, I just went on without engaging or interacting, and it just kind of faded into the history. I didn't lie about it.
Listen.
I just never.
Here, I want to understand. So say you go in and you confess your part. What is it you think can be achieved? If you connect with the sergeant man to man, what do you think would be the right answer for them to dismiss charges, to return the property, to do what?
Well, first I'm going to try to talk to him man to man, and I'm going to explain to him that I've got a lot of friends here that are elderly and got all sorts of medical problems. And eventually, if they go to the right doctor, they can get a government prescription for Mary Jane, right? But they have to pay quite a lot of money, and some of them can't afford it. And I was growing it for them and giving it to people. One person who tried to have a go at me, he actually dobbed me into the police, right?
He wanted you into the police? Oh, he ratted you out to the police. All right.
Man, I'm not sure I would try that, man. They're government agents. They are not your friend.
Yeah, no shit.
I'm gonna try and talk to the man behind the bloody monkey suit.
You're gonna put him in a position where to help you, he has to become an accomplice almost.
Well,
so what are the potential consequences?
He has to obey the law of God. The law of God is do unto others as you'd have them do unto you. That's the only law.
God said lots of
the only
things.
law.
God said
All right.
lots of things.
This dude's a moron. Have fun in jail.
Well,
I mean,
please.
I know where you're coming from, man. But as much as I want to believe that, like, it's credulous at best to believe in the good intentions and hearts of men, man. You have to protect yourself. What are the potential consequences here?
What is he saying? I missed something. Can one of y'all recap what he's saying?
He got raided. He got raided. They took pot plants. He wasn't home. He's going to turn himself in. Even though it doesn't sound like it doesn't sound like they'd be able to prosecute him without it.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like they have enough evidence to secure a conviction here. Or else they already would. Yeah.
Right.
So why antagonize the situation? Think about what's the worst possible consequence?
Let him answer, please.
Slow down.
Yes.
I can only answer one question at a time.
Hey, dumbass. Dr. A, take a break. We are on your side here.
You're an idiot. You're not listening to anything I'm saying.
Us to understand.
Listen, it's 9. I'm talking about 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. So if you don't hear from me for a few days, well, they did lock me up. When they came, they've got plenty of evidence. They had 6 police officers here. They counted the plants, they weighed the plants, they put them in bags, and they wrote receipts and fuck.
Is it legal? I'm assuming it's illegal where you are, but seeds are legal?
You can get a medical prescription for oil and seeds and whatever you want, but you have to pay because you're paying within the system. These plants grow like weeds. You don't. Oh. They told me when they arrested me the second time and took me into the station and processed me, they didn't actually have to do all the processing because they just looked up my record, and I've got a record that goes back to when I was 19. But I've actually never lost a case.
Don't brag, motherfucker. You talking about turning yourself in tomorrow. Don't brag like you're the fucking young
No
hoodlum
shit.
now.
As somebody who's been in the same situation you're in, except with a different drug in a different country, shut the fuck up, please.
Hey, one day we're all going to have to stand up.
Hey, Paul, thank you for the contribution. I disagree with your observations. Dr. Ake, I'm a man who actually I think I understand you. I think I understand what you're wanting to accomplish. And my goal, I've got a different situation, but my goal is similar, that I want to speak to people in official capacities as human beings. You realize that's an uphill battle, because when you speak to them on the clock, by duty, they're not by their oath, they're not human beings, they are employees. And this is what we're dealing with. It's a psychotic. If you can overcome the ego, and if you're going to go in, my friend, and you're talking about, as I understand, you're growing this, you're sharing it for the purposes of helping others heal, that you're doing this with good intentions. You do know that you are potentially skirting or pushing the interpretations of the law. But if you're going to go in with the intention to try and communicate human to human, I would encourage you to bring a witness, okay, a human witness with you, at the very least.
And record it. You witness and record it. Witness when they testify, and recording for evidence. So, because you need to keep people honest these days, because they'll say whatever the hell gives them the best.
That's Hank. You're right. That's part of it. The other side, though, is I'm viewing it with the idea of Scripture, where two or more are gathered. Right? If you can present yourself with a witness for the purpose of presenting God's law, and that is what you're trying to do. I'm kind of assuming, because of your age, you're willing to take some chances.
Very good.
I admire someone willing to stand on principle, but brother, you're talking about walking into the Vipers Den.
I'm surprised y'all taking them serious. I haven't fucking made that leap to even take them serious yet.
All right.
I mean, he's come on my panel before, and I mean, it's what he's saying now is sort of in line with
his character. All right.
Yeah.
Well, I meant this dude turned himself in.
Yeah. I mean, I think that he's panicking, and he's just running towards it to get the apprehension of, or the suspense.
Get rid of the suspense.
Because when you're living in that sort of
state, it's horrible.
Right.
You don't know if they're gonna knock on your door. I've been there yet.
And I've seen a lot of people do the same thing. It is a lot of people get this urge to just sort of run into it and rip the Band-Aid off, but then they make things worse because they didn't think it through.
That's you. Your assessment seems so logical. I've abandoned trying to figure shit out. Sounds reasonable to me. I'm good with that.
All right. Well, hey, I appreciate that. That's quite the compliment.
I'd rather make them do the work. If they're like catch people doing illegal stuff, they better have L on that. That's just me, though.
Oh yeah, Joe Cool, the shit show wanted me to tell you to come back over. They miss you.
All right, thanks. Oh, you went over there?
I didn't go on panel. I just earlier today I was in the chat a little bit.
You get an idea when I would say I got shitty friends and friends who dox you, do horrible shit. Those are pieces I would have catch I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know the show you saw, but it can get really fucking bad over there.
I didn't watch very much.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. Can I just jump in here? What up, Joe Cool?
What's up? Oh, was that broken? That's you?
That's broken. What up? Yeah, no, I'm Daddy's court-appointed auditor today. I'm Daddy's court-appointed auditor. I just had a quick question. Is Lindsay in the chat here? Is that the same girl that came up in that discussion, or same woman I should say, that came up, had a discussion with me. I don't think
What?
I got an answer to
Lindsey
that.
Smith, probably.
You could probably
Yeah,
ask her.
because you guys, if you want to talk about rights and freedoms and shit, that shit gives me a boner like you wouldn't believe. You know what I mean? We got to come up here and talk about shit like that. But I put a video in your chat. If that is the same Lindsay, do me a favor and just play that so we can like show some like meaningful type of shit to talk about. I put it in the private chat if you want to take a look at it. It has Lindsay in it. If that's the same Lindsay, then it's a link to a video.
Yeah, I can confirm that's the same Lindsay.
Oh, okay.
I don't see the point though.
What?
I feel like you're playing a game because we're having a conversation. You came in and dropped a link and then asked about somebody in the chat instead of just talking to her in the chat.
Yeah, really.
I was trying to talk to her in the chat, but you guys started talking about rights and freedoms and stuff like that. So that's like right in my wheelhouse. Like that's like I'm probably one of the most credible names you'll get as far as standing on rights, freedoms.
Well, you just
principles,
dropped
shit like that.
a video to Paul, a link to a Paul Enslaved video, so your credibility is plummeting.
Well, but it has Lindsay in it. That's the discussion that we had.
Lindsay's not on panel though. Who cares? I
mean, rights and freedoms, that kind of applies to everybody, I thought.
You're wrong.
Nobody cares about rights and freedom. Fuck.
Yeah, you about to get.
Joe
I'm
Cool
about
ain't
to
gonna
jump in
fucking
with
say-
Broken on that one.
Yeah,
bro. I
Joe
think
Cool
they
ain't gonna
do.
say shit. Listen, we got some credibility fucking here. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's just keep it like on rights and freedoms if we can.
But that's not necessarily the shit we talk about.
You're
here,
simping
Broken.
for
The shit
Lindsay.
that we do.
I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna simp for Lindsay.
I
Sorry.
chalked it up
All right.
to I chalked it up to that was his one of his idiosyncrasies. He ain't the most socially fluent motherfucker. That was his way of getting involved. Lindsay is a friend. Talk about that. He's in the rights and freedoms is his wheelhouse. That's the way
Well,
the line
all I
was.
heard is him talking about the shit show, and it's like, who the fuck? I mean, it's AC. AC was like a 1A auditor, then he flipped to a drama channel.
for a
Then
week.
he
For a
went
week.
full troll channel. Then he's a porn bomber. It's like, who gives a fuck about AC or any fucking who gives a fuck about these people?
He
Like,
don't
nobody
even
gives a
know
fuck
the
about
guy.
me.
He don't even know the guy. Oh, you got to get jumped out, Broken. He don't even know the guy. He was just he knows he's a friend of mine. He told him to say hi. He was just saying that. But did you
Who,
say?
AC?
Yes, Flo doesn't
Yes.
even know who AC is. Did you just say that everybody gives a fuck about AC? Blah blah. Nobody gives a fuck about you. You was about to give me some woe is me because I love that shit.
No,
That's what
no,
you was
no,
about to
no.
do.
I'm not victimizing myself. What I'm saying is like AC and the shit show. Like, why even talk about the shit show? And you can't hang out it's drama. It's bullshit. There's nothing there. Like, I'm not hating on AC. He knows this. It's no secret. I'm not hating on AC. What I'm saying is,
God damn
I'm
it,
not giving you a woe is me story about me. Like,
God
let's
damn
talk
it,
about
Paul.
some ideas. Let's not talk about
God damn it, Paul.
Sometimes
like
people
who's
want to
saying
talk.
what about
Yeah,
so-and-so
sometimes
in
people
a
want to talk
fucking
about
live chat.
bullshit.
Like,
That's a lot.
talk about some bigger
Yeah.
shit.
Let's talk about blah, 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 blah,
Jack.
blah. Sometimes people want to talk
Dumbass.
about bullshit.
Jack.
Yeah,
Hey,
let's go
dumbass.
on ad block. You had the right.
Jack.
You have
Oh, we
ad
were
block.
all talking about this dude's
Thank you.
actual.
Beyond
Thank
the
you.
back.
I
It's only
appreciate
ad
you.
block that doesn't get the tail in it. So there you go. That's your right.
All right. Well, nothing against anybody on the panel. I'm going to dip out. Joe Cool, thanks for chatting. Jack Talcott, what's up? I don't think I've ever talked to you, but hey,
It was really nice talking to you, man.
Yeah. So, anyways, I'm going to bounce, guys. Have a good one.
No idea. So, Dr. Akia, is this potentially your last night as a free human being? Is he may be AFK?
Potentially. And actually,
Hey, you should take away that wrench down there. The daddy's watching you.
yeah, I don't know who that is, but so far we'll see.
That's you.
Yeah, you
Um,
can
I've
take
been
away the
bouncing all
wrench.
daddy names. I
Literally-
can't bounce that one.
literally-
I don't. Okay. I saw comments that's what was happening. I don't.
Let me ask
I
Flo
don't
about
really
something.
want to do
Yeah,
that.
don't get into the modding your shit. Do what you want. Blah blah blah.
This is an
Sit your pants
Dr. A,
aggressive bitch ass
if you don't
Take his
know,
wrench, daddy.
Paul Enslaved. He's a man who definitely
We'll take advantage of your situation. give you
His
terrible
advice
advice.
would probably
His
be
advice is
different than mine. He would,
full stop.
Hey, Flow
That's
State,
you.
I'm gonna be honest. Your advice is just
I
as
do
good.
not give a
That's
fuck. You
you.
can say whatever you think,
Your-
Hank, and it's
That's
wrong.
you.
If it's going to
Your
be
advice
sending,
is just as good as his advice. So I'm gonna be
But
honest.
nobody,
he can
nobody's
go
ever
get advice
seen him with
wherever he
another
wants.
chick.
If he's coming to the internet right now for advice, he's in the wrong place already.
Absolutely.
True.
Yeah. So I mean, you
But-
might as well go get some more bad advice. I'm the only one here
How
giving good advice.
I
wouldn't-
disagree.
There's a
I
difference.
mean, I thought we
between-
talked about YouTube being the source of all advice.
I mean, for if you're trying to fix a car, not if you're trying to figure out how to solve your personal legal
Well,
situation.
actually, what is advice? All the
What are we
advice
doing here?
is a different perspective. So different perspectives are valuable.
Yeah, but
and-
if I tell you that you can fix cancer by smoking cigarettes, it's not equally valuable advice. It's bad advice, and by telling you that, I just gave you more bad advice. So you're giving him bad advice by saying go to Paul.
No.
Paul's a motherfucking liar.
Well,
He's on the run, or
he has,
or
he's
something
got-
else. He
has
cannot explain his
created-
own legal case. He
He has
cannot explain his own
created
legal situation.
perspectives that are different than
That's
yours
you.
and mine.
No,
and
he doesn't
the
have
advice
one on his
from-
own.
Can I at least finish a fucking
That's you.
point? I mean, I know you're so adamant about being right, Flo, but Jesus.
No, it ain't about right. It's about Paul. Paul. It's about Paul. He's got enmity
No, it's
with
about
Paul. It
this
ain't about
dude.
right.
It's about this fuck. I was heated up before Paul came up. This dude trying to turn himself in tomorrow, and you guys are saying go listen to Paul. You're fucking whack.
No,
true, that's
you're
a bit-
you're
yeah.
interrupting before anything can even.
Go
be
ahead and
said,
talk,
before
Jay.
we can even see. You know what?
He-
Actually,
yeah,
you're right. You're
yeah,
right.
let him go for a second. I wanted to ask him anyway. It's about. I was just about to make this observation, so it's pretty great that you're going through this. I was about to ask you. I don't know, 2 minutes, 3 minutes ago. I've always known you to not get emotionally invested. I've always.
Yeah, show me later. No, he's
I've
only,
always.
I think they're only live Thursday night in America, which is Friday morning here.
Flo, I've never known you to get emotionally invested in the thing. And I've always thought it was fun when you and Paul go back and you're just trolling and you're having fun. And he seems to be the one that's a bit desperate. But I was going to ask you to reconsider. Perhaps you get emotionally invested to the point where it's no longer a good
Well,
look.
I'm not. It's not about Paul. I've invested in his scenario right here, as I was before Paul was mentioned, because it's very relatable to me. And he's about to make a terrible decision, and your guys' advice is to go get more terrible advice. So that's what's aggravating to me. I was aggravated when he said, "I'm going to go turn myself in the morning and try to talk to the man behind the badge." That's fucking bullshit.
What if it's not though? Can you not?
Hey, what's it?
Can you
You're off.
imagine
Not there anymore.
I've turned it on. No, there I am.
or just not at all?
No, I cannot imagine a world. I cannot imagine any scenario in which that's not the bad decision. I can imagine one in which he gets lucky, but it was still a bad decision in the first place.
They don't even get lucky. Either they're going to fuck with him or not. If he goes in there, he can only make it worse. I don't see how he
Leave
can
it
make
alone.
it better.
Right. That's what I feel like. That's the best course, man.
That's
Just leave it
you.
alone. To hang out here on YouTube.
Come on, stop being pussies. For fuck's sake. When you've got to stand up one day.
You
One
already
day
been
you're
arrested
gonna
for it. They
die,
already
okay?
know where you stand on it, man.
You're not standing up. You're gonna go sit down.
You're just gonna
motherfucker. That's what
aggravate
you're
them. They
doing.
already know who you
Guys,
are.
guys, share some respect, okay?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean,
yeah.
trust that the grown man has some idea of what he's doing. I'm sure that he's been facing this, and actually, in my own mind, I can understand that. If I'm already charged, there's already evidence. This is already stacked against me. Why not face the dragon, right?
You don't even know this man, do you, Jack?
No,
Why
I
not
don't.
face the dragon? I can answer that.
Yeah,
because
Jack,
because
you're
you
right.
It interests me
Right,
that
Jack.
you would say just. It interests me that you would just say, just trust the man. If you know his character or something about him, and you say that, like if you or something, I could say just trust the man because I know you. You don't know him, so that's interesting. What I would have done, not saying this is the right thing, I would have probed the man to see if he's making the right decision. You saying that, why don't you just trust the man? I take that as, in some ways, you saying the same thing. Why don't you just trust me too when I say a thing? That's why I took that. What's good, Mitch?
All right. I kind of do, honestly. I mean, we're so quick to jump to the conclusion that we know better.
We
than
do.
someone else.
There's one law cornerstone.
Whoa. You have your experience. Okay.
Jack, what is the one thing a lawyer will tell you if you ask him?
Don't talk to cops.
Right. Right. I understand. Here's the other part of this, though. Okay. The spiritual part. I realize this is risky, and I'm not encouraging one way or another. Actually, my advice to you, Dr. A, is to go within. Make sure that you've prayed, make sure you've gone within, and you have a clear conscience in whatever.
You know what? On second thought, go to Paul's channel. This is worse advice.
Well, I made this choice for myself a long time ago. And again, you can judge my circumstance and say, see, there's reason not to listen to Jack, but I would rather speak the truth and receive the consequences rather than avoid the truth and not know.
You know, Jesus, I think it was Jesus himself or maybe God or somebody say, be careful when you get in front of those powerful type of motherfuckers. Watch your words. Be careful or they will throw you into the fucking cell and you will live out and not get out until you've lived out every fucking day they had planned for you. He don't suggest you go on that reckless and speak reckless to God.
Well, yes and no.
I'm
Yes
sure.
and no. There's examples of people from the Bible being used as messengers, going to stand up and face the fire, getting thrown
Oh my
into
God, hurry up and go to Paul's channel. This is fucking terrible, terrible shit.
No point.
There's
no point. Paul's channel was streaming this anyway, so you might as well be here.
Well, he'd receive the feedback.
At least he'd receive different feedback than inspirational Bible stories about other motherfuckers who died for no reason.
True.
No, you literally just get this. If you don't believe me, you could go watch Paul's panel. It's channel. Literally just it's with some stupid stuff played over it. So you might as well just be here.
You know what?
And you can tell him I said that.
Well, he can probably see, I guess, if what you're saying is correct. I'm
didn't know at all,
just baffled at. I'm actually kind of baffled at how fucking stupid and bad Jack's advice is right now.
I'm not giving advice other than
you're definitely like you're laying down the foundation for him to build on.
Actually,
come on. I am.
That's what God said, not you, bud.
I'm not curious, Flo, why do you think not understand Jack's advice? Jack is telling him, you know, these people in power, can you go in there and if you get their ear and say the right words, you might make something happen. That's his scale on a microcosm. Of course he'd give that advice. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm a little surprised because, yeah, I guess if he believes what he says to that degree, yeah, I don't know. I don't believe it.
That's the question.
I think it's irresponsible, self-serving. I think it's irresponsible and self-serving. He's telling this dude what he wants to believe with disregard for the results that this guy gets in his real life.
That's you. Well, what is you describing yourself?
Hey,
you're describing what you believe.
This nigga drunk.
Consequences.
I don't have a dog in the fight, Jack.
I can't hear y'all when he yelling when that dude start yelling.
Go ahead, please.
The only power they have.
I want to hear y'all, not him yell. I want to hear you too.
All right.
Go
ahead,
the only power they have is what we give them.
Hey,
yes, don't go talk to him.
Let me just real brief. Dr. Ake, I am actually very interested. I'd love to hear how this works out for you. And in the private chat, I dropped my email. I'd love to know more and to see. I don't want to offer bad advice, certainly, but with
Captain,
more
what is your name?
I
Doctor.
am past taking advice from other people.
Hey, let me
My-
ask you a question then, Dr. Axe. You don't take advice. Let me ask you a question. Is that something you've had success with, seen other people have success with, talking to the cops and the cops doing heartful things? Is that
Hey,
something that you see a lot of?
I've been to court 5 times probably. I've only been locked up overnight, but I have actually never lost a court case. The last court case I had was probably 10 years ago now, flying an unregistered aeroplane without a pilot's license, and two QCs from the other side of the country came across to prosecute me. I claimed jurisdiction. The Department of Aircraft Travel, or whatever it's called CASA in Australia. They have jurisdiction and control over airspace between 300 feet above the ground and 30,000 feet, right? I claim.
Do you even remember the original question, motherfucker? It was, do you find that police, when you talk to them, normally show a bunch of heart and you talk them out of arresting you or whatever type shit? Is that a thing? Because over here, you can't really sway the police. They're really evil and bad over here. Over there, what reason do you have to believe that they're going to do something in your favor? It'd be in their favor to lock you up. Yeah, we're talking to you, Dr. Axe.
Okay. I've been locked up. Okay, I've been to court.
Oh my God.
Listen, that you can't put them all in the same basket.
Yes, you can.
Doesn't matter where in the world you go. There's good people and bad people, and some people
can
that
put
are
them
in
all in the
between.
same
So what do you
Some
think?
role-playing characters and some. It's how you treat them and how they respond.
Wait,
No,
someone
it's the
else echoed
dynamic.
that. Who
It's
else
the-
said that? Depends how you treat them. Who else?
No,
Two people
that's
said that.
wrong. That's wrong. Because what you understand is the
Who
dynamic.
else? I want to
of the
jump
role-
on two people, damn it.
What? I'm telling you why that's
Who else?
wrong.
I know, but who else? It's could have sworn I heard an echo. He said, depends on how you treat them. I thought somebody was agreeing with dude and they deserve equal criticisms, damn it. But go ahead.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, no, that's not right at all. Because right now you don't know the person. All you know is the roles. You have no reason to believe that the character underneath. You're speculating.
There's another person here.
I hear where you're going, Flo, and you're right.
There's somebody else here listening in, and with Dr. Ike.
Well, hello, other person.
That was the other voice you heard. They call me the Axeman.
Oh,
okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I have to agree. I've kind of quickly looked over as a layperson the law of at least Queensland, and they'll adjudicate based off of your going in and admitting to this. So I am concerned just person to person about your well-being. I understand what you mean, but I would say that, I think the people on the panel are just more concerned that you would turn yourself over to the law and, without giving yourself the chance to fight it.
And I would say to that stupid fucking wrench that Jack won't take away in the chat, I've been exactly in this situation. I got raided 3 times for dub. It was a different continent and it was different drugs. It was exactly the same thing. I know exactly what I'm talking about.
No, I think Flo's 100% right. I keep saying it. He's giving them actually great awareness on this.
This country and the laws are up for interpretation. Basically, what I'm saying is, I am a creation of God. I'm a fractal of God, or whatever you want to put it. God might have 4 billion fractals in this world, and they're all doing something different.
I
hate it. You're throwing in the towel.
He just got the
Plus,
last second.
he gave us
just like the
senses.
last
He gave us
sentence.
He
You
gave
want to
us
piss 4 billion
plants
fractals, I would agree, Doc. But you wanted the drunk fractals that talk over and yell over people. Right.
frankly,
You want
I
a
think
guy's drunk.
crisis initiation is really.
But Joe, even if he wants to
And
do this
it's
like
very hard for me to
man
see
on
how
the
the United
land and
States,
go in court, he doesn't,
president
like
can
Flo
get
said,
us to
he's
war.
fucked already. He can't just do that. He's got to sign
Which
himself
leads me to
out. Period.
conclude that
No
if,
residency,
in fact,
nothing.
compromise is not coming,
I said I don't
Well, I'm not
think
saying he
that
said it. I'm
the
not
traditional
saying-
way
I'm
of
not saying he said it,
America
but-
gets to war
I'm saying-
is what would be best for U.S. interests.
Yeah, if he goes there.
Some people might think that Mr. Roosevelt wanted to get us into World War II, as David mentioned. You may recall we had to wait for Pearl Harbor. Some people might think Mr. Wilson wanted to get us into World War I. You may recall he had to wait for the Lusitania episode. Some people might think that Mr. Johnson wanted to send troops to Vietnam. You may recall he had to wait for the Gulf of Tonkin episode. We didn't go to war with Spain until the USS, until the Maine
U.S. consulate in Iraq. According to a report on Al Jazeera, the American consulate in Erbil was attacked Monday evening by drones.
Dummy.
The Iranian Revolutionary Guards Corps, IRGC, accepted responsibility for the attack in northern Iraq. We are collecting all developments between the U.S. and Iran and will be back here again, with breaking news continuing with important statements and updates from the Israeli army.
Actual figures have surfaced. Over 9,000 Hamas fighters have been encircled and neutralized by Israel, and more than
Please continue.
Okay.
How can a man possibly understand what the government calls law when it is written in code and changes all the time without notice? How could you possibly know the law when it is so monstrously huge, ambiguous and contradictory, and changes all the time?
I don't understand where you're going.
You're bringing a
It
philosophical
went two different places.
objection to the way the laws are being applied.
What is it that binds us to obey the law, their statutes? What is it that binds us? Can you just let me finish the question, please? What is it that binds us to the acts and statutes of these men who sit in these houses?
Threat and coercion.
Violence.
Violence. Yeah. Violence. The threat of violence.
And you're okay with that, are you?
No, of course not.
You think
How
that
did you
they
know
understand that? And does that bring peace amongst? Does their violence bring and their rules bring peace amongst men?
Your philosophy
I would
is not
argue that
equal
the
in
drug prohibition, particularly in America, has caused fucking mountains of social chaos.
Yeah, I
maybe
agree,
if you
Dr.
don't follow the
Dr.
purpose
Ake.
of the law.
Dr. Ake, you're
forces caused attacked as military bases in Iraq. According to Iraqi media reports, there are dead and wounded on the ground. Iran launched Fata 110 surface-to-surface ballistic missiles at US facilities in northern Iraq, Erbil, as well as ISIS targets in Syria. This is the first time Iran has openly attacked US facilities and taken responsibility for it. On the night of January 15-16, Iran attacked US bases by launching 6 ballistic missiles of long range and destructive power. The missiles were launched from Iran near the city of Kermanshah. It is important to note that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has already issued an official statement on its official Telegram channel confirming the attack on facilities in Iraq. According to the information received, the UAS consulate in Iraq was completely destroyed. There were also strikes in the area of the airport in Erbil.
They'll possibly obey all these rules when they change.
your belief is admirable, but
Tell you
as
what,
I'm
I'm
reading
going-
it,
Please.
it's a little
I'm not-
different. in
I
the-
didn't say anything about my belief, mate. I'm just
God
asking you
damn it,
questions.
Please be patient.
Hey, dumbass.
Please. I'm gonna try and reduce some of the chaos. Okay.
Yeah, thanks, man.
So, I mean, all right. Let's take a breath, Dr. H. You're in an interesting situation, and I might be one of the few voices that seems to understand what the position you're taking. But the position you're taking, you understand why you're receiving the caution and the objections, right?
Yes, I see that most of that's coming from their fear.
Okay. Yes, and their fear is based because they care. Their care is what is bringing the concern. All right. So I don't want you to get upset that you are receiving the opposition and the doubt. Okay.
It doesn't upset me.
Well, you seem to be getting frustrated, and that's kind of why I tried to.
No, I'm frustrated. I was frustrated because I couldn't actually. Those two guys would not stay quiet long enough to let me finish a sentence.
It's kind of unfortunately, it's the network. It's the nature of these panels, but I assure you, the intentions of everyone up here, I trust, is caring and is true.
Anyway, so back to the point. Back to the point is, what is it that binds us to this system? Do we have free choice? Are we born free into this world?
Well, brother,
why should somebody? What is it that makes us subject to this system when we were supposedly born free, or are we born slaves?
Well, can I ask a question of this, Jack? Sorry. I mean, I have to ask you because this is, are you an anarchist or are you, do you believe in the coalition of ideas to foment society by law?
I don't really have a solid position. I see, but I think this is a really difficult question to answer. And I would like to think that people are capable of living without government, but I don't think that the people we are at the moment.
Understood. The reason I ask is because I do feel you. It is a great question. It is one of the ultimate questions in the U.S. that started our country. Are we free to, govern ourselves, or must we have government? But I'm also reading there's a difference in standards where you're from, and I don't quite understand them. Maybe you can clarify them a little more. That the law is based off of the agreements between the public and the governing statutes. So maybe there's a different leeway in the way that this is processed than over here.
It's not a lot difference, Right. It was the British, once they had ships that could sail around the world and loot every nation and turn them into bloody subjects, okay? Once they had America's just a colony, the same as Australia. It all goes back to the British Crown.
Understood. I think, and I hope you hear that I don't think people are really moshing on you so much as there's a concern for well-being, I think. And as the way I read it is, you might be better off just saying you don't know anything about it. But I understand why you would.
They don't lock people up in jail for growing a few plants here in Australia.
Yeah.
Almost never.
Isn't it Adelaide that requires you by ordinance?
I know people have been caught with much larger amounts who didn't go to jail. Okay. That was a long time ago, and the laws, the enforcement of the law here has got much less lenient in the last few years. Partly because more people are standing up to the system and asking questions and going into court and refusing to just go along with the system, asking the questions about who's benefiting from this, who was harmed, and get back to the basis of what's right and who was hurt.
Hey, Dr. A, back to those questions you were asking, the greater philosophical questions of are we free or not? Brother, that's the nature of why I'm doing these streams, why I'm doing these panels, is I want.
That's also why Dr. A wants to go to court and stand up for the same reasons.
Hey, brother, I trust you know what you're doing, and I encourage you.
I don't honestly. I've had a little experience, and I've been aware of this common law.
It sounds like a tragedy waiting to happen.
15 years now, and have done quite a bit of research into it. I dip my toe in the waters in court enough to know that it's real. but I wouldn't claim to be an expert in it by any means,
This
and I'm
is
sure they've got
absolutely
tricks up
gonna go
their
bad.
sleeve that I've never seen, and it'll probably take me half a dozen times in court before I really kind of could claim any expertise in the subject.
Get Jack's email because I'm down to hear the outcome of this story.
No, you won't, unless you put money.
Yeah,
on the book.
right. Unless I get locked up in Australia somewhere.
I mean, things have been getting tighter, and I guarantee nobody who you ever saw get caught with plants and then released, none of them confessed.
That could be true too. It could.
Yeah,
be
I
true.
agree with Flo on that. That's kind of what I'm seeing here too.
So I want to
The truth,
comment on the
the truth.
philosophical
You will know the truth, and the truth will set you free.
That's not true.
You get that? Well,
I
don't
hear it.
believe that.
I reject it.
I reject it too.
Well, okay, that's your opinion, but personally,
Yeah, it's my
I
opinion,
have
yeah.
experienced this directly myself.
Okay.
Well,
Then don't worry about it.
that's fine.
I feel freer. I feel much freer when I tell the truth, and I don't feel good when I have to tell lies and try and deceive people.
Okay,
I'll
well,
tell
then
you-
let's
I'll tell
be
you-
very clear about what you're doing then. You're choosing to sacrifice yourself, not for principle, but because you prefer it.
No, come on. Hey, listen, I'll tell you what happened on this phone call. So I spent 2 days trying to contact the local police station, and they they don't let the phone calls go through unless you're phoning 00. Push button 1 now if you want this. Push button. Eventually, I got through to him, and I said I'd like an appointment to the sergeant. I'd like an appointment to see you. And he said, "What about?" And I said, "I'd like to confess that I have suffered more by thinking about my lies, and it would be a lot more comfortable for me if I could just tell the truth."
You're suffering because the suspense of not knowing what's going to happen next. You
No, I'm
will
on
not.
dude's side.
No.
Yes, partly, but not totally.
Listen, he's already told me that I'll be issued with a summons within 2 weeks, all right? So I'm going to go through the system regardless.
You don't.
Wait,
just
I gotta
wanna-
ask. Do you just feel shitty about these charges here, or did you make some conversion where you feel shitty about being a bad guy in general? Or is it just here where you suddenly feel so
What do
bad
you
not
mean a
telling
bad
the truth?
guy?
I mean, is this in other places?
Hang on. Can we just get back to kind of the basics here? Who was hurt by anything that either Dr. Ake or I did?
I don't know who you are.
Who was hurt? You can call me Axeman.
The people that care about you are going to be hurt when you go to prison because you're too cowardly to just wait it out.
Are these two guys in the same argument out there?
You're saying, so what you're saying is that it's right that somebody who did nothing to harm anybody else should be harmed themselves.
No, I'm
because
saying
of some arbitrary edict
if
written down by
anybody
some
gives a fuck
corrupt
about you,
men.
you have a responsibility to those people to tell the lie.
I disagree.
Yeah,
I don't support lying. but-
Personally, I think I have a higher loyalty.
I don't know, man. I would just not do anything. If they want to arrest you, they already know who you are and where you are. Why antagonize the situation?
I think
But I wish you the best. I wish you the best, man. I don't understand.
So you're
Lots of people are doing it in America, and people are successful at it.
Oh, you're talking about just the song shit now.
Yeah.
Well, you're not expecting to be successful. You just said, and apparently now I'm talking to two people, and I don't know which one of you guys I'm talking to at a given time. But you just said that you only been to court like 6 times. You're not that good at it. Why would you expect to be successful this time?
Because I'm still learning, and you don't learn if you don't try.
Well, that's different from being successful. If you're just trying to get some learning and skills in, I can respect that as
You're
well.
bad at it. I'm good at it. I'm telling you what to do. I can tell that you're bad at it. You're about to do the worst thing you can. Literally the worst decision that you can make.
No,
What
I'm
are
sorry,
you planning
mate,
on
but
doing?
I'm sorry, but you are seeing things from your point of view, and I think there's some basic underlying principles that you don't understand that are at
Okay,
work
like what?
here. What gives them the power over you?
I'm talking about tactics, and you're
How do
metaing up
you
into
consent to
philosophy.
give it to
This
them?
isn't a philosophical
No, it's
decision to
not
making
all,
tomorrow.
mate.
You're making an argument, Flo. You're not having a discussion.
Because he's wrong, and you're wrong.
Well, then, Flo, tell you what, golly jeez, man.
Golly geez.
No, hang on.
I do know.
How can a question be wrong? I'm asking you a question.
What was the
is
question?
it that gives them the jurisdiction over you?
What was
And,
it?
and
The violence.
do you realize
Violence.
that it's your consent? It's
No,
your
it's not.
consent that gives them the jurisdiction. Yes, it
Wait.
does.
Okay,
You
look,
don't realize you're
the
giving
consent-
the consent code. That's the problem.
consent of the
You do
government.
not
when you
realize
turn yourself in, you consent. You're consenting to their authority by turning yourself in.
Yeah, it seems like the language is consent of the governed, and that means that it applies to more than just an individual. It applies to the whole group.
Why wouldn't you turn yourself into me? Because you don't consent to me having
That's
authority
you.
over you. You're
That's
turning yourself
you.
into them because you
That's
consent
you.
that they have authority
That's
over
you.
you.
Hey,
I am
They've established they've seized
I am not-
property. They
If they've
You're not-
established
you're
it,
not
then why aren't you
thinking
making
about
an
the
argument
question.
against it?
Hey, you're not thinking
It's simple.
about the
You can't-
question. What is it that gives them authority, and what is it that
You
you
answered
do
it.
that
Dr. Ake,
that gives your
Dr. Ake,
consent?
Dr. Ake. Now
And
this
it's okay.
hey, Dr. Ake.
All right, Dr. H, you can't just yell as loud as you can
Yeah.
at the top of your lungs all the time. Be nice.
Yes, Dr. Ake, I'm the one speaking over you this time. I'm the one interrupting you because now you are becoming argumentative and not having a discussion. You're repeating the question. The answer has been given. So yes, consent is part of that, but it doesn't negate. How do they have the consent? Just what Flo and others were saying.
Right.
Threat
That
of
was, that was
violence.
the question. What is it that you do that gives them consent?
Listen, they have no authority over me. So that would be my answer. They have no fucking authority. Right? Unless I sign a contract with these crowns and make an agreement with them, they have no authority over me. And to my knowledge, I've done no
It's
such thing.
implied consent based on presumptions, and if you don't properly rebut those presumptions, then they have that consent still.
That's
But when
right.
you turn yourself in, you're not rebutting the presumption, you're confirming it.
Correct.
Yes,
You
because
cannot
then
counter.
would be
That's
playing by their
exactly
rules.
what they want is to rebel. They can't even contract with you if you know who and what you are, and you want to talk to a man to man. You have to do it in a private capacity. You can't. He cannot do it in his official capacity. He has other allegiances that he has to uphold prior to you.
Yeah, you have to
Right.
find him at a pub. You'd actually have to find him at a
Hey.
pub and settle up next to him and offer him a beer and have that conversation personally.
I want to hear Dr. Ake. What do you say about that? Because that's pretty true. You want to have a human connection.
What's the first thing they ask you when you go to court?
In Illinois and Chicago is, do you have a job? It's all about the money in Chicago.
No, before that.
It don't matter
before
what
that-
crime you've done.
No, well,
The first
before that,
question is, do you
the
have a
very
job?
first
In Cali,
thing
it's, are you
they ask
represented?
you.
Who you are. They want you to identify.
It's not a gotcha. That's not a gotcha. That's not a gotcha.
Yes, don't get proud,
Yeah,
motherfucker.
no, you didn't win shit. You just lost even more because you don't understand what the fuck you're doing.
You do act like you're teaching a bunch of 7-year-olds, motherfucker. You ain't saying no heavy shit.
Well,
he's a
You
man.
know
He
what?
can suck it up.
He's a grown ass man. If he can go to prison, he can take the tongue lashing.
fair enough. That is true. I mean, at worst, he gets a.
All right. Well, this is going nowhere.
There'll
It's
be meaner
insanely
to him in
boring.
prison, I promise.
Um,
I would.
Obviously, nobody can figure out how to get up there and like do something different than just sit there and fucking listen to this nonsense and let them gaslight this guy and continue to convince everyone to be a fucking coward. So I'm gonna go back to like whatever I would be doing. I have to go to the store, among other things. So Penal Power, final words, please, because this has just been going nowhere as always every day. It's boring, and you know you can't get anybody up there, not only on this panel but on that panel, to like contribute to the experience. So what am I doing? wasting my fucking time, obviously, right? Yeah, it's like it's cool till it's not. And when I get really bored or irritated or just frustrated with the nonsense, or I just think it's valueless, I just move on. Why would I continue to watch this or observe this, entertain this? I have such little participation from the audience and other folks on panel. So I just got over it. I got over it real quick. I'm moody. You know, thank you for listening. Thank you for being a shoulder that I can lean on and cry on. Thank you for understanding me, and loving me for me. Final word.
You know, I'm learning, right? And I want to be a better help. I want to be a what can I do for you kind of person, as opposed to what do you offer me, brothers and sisters? And
Yeah, but you got to have like a fine line there.
yeah, I
right?
realize everyone over there is a what can you do for me kind of thing.
User,
And,
right?
I'm trying to not do that.
Coward and a user. You're breaking up, but I'm presuming what you just was about to say was everyone over there's a coward and a user. They'll use this country. They'll use God if it let them, right? And it has in a way. They've gotten too much for too long without having to sacrifice or do or be anything to retain it. So yeah, they're cowards, they're users and losers as well. And then you got folks who are here all day, every day, and they claim they respect me and what I do, and they resonate with it. And you go, hey, you're up there, you're over there. Just kind of quote me real quick. Just read this line out. It's good content and it's good context. No, they can't do it, right? Because again, I'm surrounded by cowards. I'm surrounded by inauthentic people, which is pretty much the same thing because you're not authentic because you're scared of the fucking consequences, right? So after a certain point, it's like surrounded by fools, surrounded by incompetence, surrounded by cowards. One has to take some time for seclusion again, to reset, right? To refocus, to reprioritize. Embarrassing, yes. Quite.
Did you
quite so.
hear me backstage, by the way, after OTW?
Good thing I've learned early to become
Did you hear what I was saying
impervious
to
to
you? 'Cause you didn't
embarrassment.
say anything.
No. You have a horrible connection. Try cut the camera off. Try to turn the camera off. See if that works.
Yeah, is that any better? Oh wait, let me try. it on
Hello,
both
tell me
ends.
when you
All
can
right,
hear
is
me
that
right
any
now.
better
Tell me when you can hear me. Tell me when you can hear me. No, that took too long. Way too long.
Wow, I just realized I was muted on my end. That's good.
Okay. How many fingers am I holding up right now? Right now.
Fascinating. How about
Yeah,
now?
way too much, like. Nope, not working.
3.
Yeah.
33.
great.
That was
You're
a
only
3-3.
about-
That was a
you're only
3-3.
about-
I saw that.
Mhm.
Wow, that was slick.
You're only about 15. Yep. You're only about 15 seconds behind.
Right.
I counted fast on that one.
Yeah, but I realize there's something. It's pretty minor in reality, but I've told some people, and so I figured I should share it with you at some point. So it's not a big deal, but it plays into the ineptitude a lot, and once I improve it,
That's you. That's you. That's you. That's you. That's you.
I want you to go meditate on that. Okay. That's a new therapy that I'm working on where everything someone complains to me about or acts like I can help them with or solve for them, I just go, I press the button and it just goes, that's you, that's you, that's you. Because this whole realm is just a constant projection. And folks think that some salvation is coming from that, from that process. I don't know. Maybe I've been here too long today. Maybe I'm not really present and aware for you. I can't love you the way you need to be loved right now. That's why I should probably leave. I might just go back to that. Like, okay,
That's you. That's you. That's you. That's you. That's you.
Right. Play the clip. Play the clip, man. Play the clip.
what clip? There's no clip. That's the clip.
Backstage.
That's it.
No?
No, there's no
Don't see it?
backstage. Oh man, you're really confused right now about what's going on. He thought I was gonna play a clip that he just put backstage. That's why he's been hanging around. No, you're getting this.
That's you. 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 That's you.
That's you. If you want to play that
You
clip
see
and go
it, yeah,
watch
but
it, that's you. But I'm
it's
gonna go
better.
eat something now. Yeah, no.
Yeah, but it's better. I'm
Yeah,
I'm,
it's
I'm
you.
helping you here. That's what you
All right, everybody. This was a great broadcast. I look forward to being back tomorrow, somewhere in the 12 to 3 MDT hour, 12 to 2, 12 to 3. You never know. Somewhere around that time. Why are you back? That's you. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow, as always. Great broadcast. Amazing stuff. The first 3 hours was really good stuff. Everything after that, I don't know. Just take it or leave it. But what are you going to do? I know I was hosting. I had a responsibility. I self-sabotaged the end. I did it. I did it to all of us. But I've done it before. I'll probably do it again. And you're either with me or you're without me. Like George Bush said, if you're not with us, you're with the terrorists. So you got to think about that. All right, folks. We stand with Israel, Ukraine, whoever we're told to, of course, just like everyone else over there. They just do whatever the fuck they're told, whatever feels good, whatever's polite, nice, and kind, socially acceptable, politically correct. You know the thing, right? You know how it goes around here. So I'm going to go ahead and extend a mazel from out west to you, LA, Hollywood talk, because we're big time. We're front and center. We're front line. We're important people. We've arrived. Okay. And by we, I mean me, the God of all media, one Paul enslaved. Seriously, I'm out. And I'm going to do a wizard too now. I'm going to love bomb you, and I don't give a fuck if you receive it or like me back. Okay, bye. I love you, brothers and sisters.